Yeah. Yeah. It's Trixie. Early in the motherfucking morning. Hey. Last decade, every dollar I made was fan paid. No brands, just managing feelings and giving game out free. Doubt me, but the vision ain't cloudy. I'm efficient and pouty, but I get to the route seeking the true, not the cloud. No, you can't even hear this. Desktop audio's not set correctly. Hold up. Okay. Now this should work. Nobody's here yet to see me fuck up, so it's all good. Hey. Last decade, every dollar I made was fan paid. No brands, just managing feelings and giving game out free. Doubt me, but the vision ain't cloudy. I'm efficient and actually, now the beat's too loud. I gotta make that quieter so you can hear me over it, actually. Hey, Bird's here. With first. Yo. Hello, Lena. Now you should be able to hear me over it. Hey. Last decade, every dollar I made was fan paid. No brands, just managing feelings and giving game out free. Doubt me, but the vision ain't cloudy. I'm efficient and pouty, but I get to the route seeking the true, not the clout. Winnie the Pooh, not the rabbit. Me and the crew are all faggots. What can you do but beat tag it? Follow up that, I won't have it. Swallow it back, it's old habit. She on the crack, nope, autistic. You in the back, go ballistic. Deep in the pack like a mystic. Serve me cunt and I fist it. Here comes the downfield punt. Give no fuck, no shit, no damn. Circle, pit, or show me hands. Fuck you, pay me, do my dance. You like Game Boy, have advance. Trans, I'm tranced in transatlantic. Trans girl Riz is automatic. Figure 17 erratic. Figures up, now we get at it. Get it up, get it up. Get it up, get it up. Get it up, get it up, get it up, get it up. Get it up, get it up. Get it up, get it up, get it up, get it in me. Get it in me, get it in me. Get it in me. Get it in me, get it in me, get it in, yeah. You need to boss up before this conversation starts. You lie if you say you admired and ask the same tired ass questions of my art. I will place you apart. You don't need me enough if you can't stay tough for me. I'm broken on every level except for my bones, and they sturdy enough to heave up this stone again. If I am your friend, why in the fuck do you reek of fear? If you cannot answer this one simple question, then please get the fuck up on out of here. I am queer, I'm neurodivergent and gay, and I don't comprehend your ways. This is how it stays. You'll be okay, it'll all be okay if you don't ignore what I say, motherfucker. I might be your new mother, you may need my new number. Ain't been dreaming all summer. Kill on Mike, I'm not slummer. Killer Mike, not my father. I am never unbothered, I bring lambs to the slaughter. I am evil con carne, block my ears with your gams. If you're down, here's the plan. Get it up, get it up, get it up, get it up. Get it up, 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 get it in me, get it in me, get it in me, get it in, get it in me, yeah. That's a song I wrote the other day. The Clips album came out, so I wrote some raps, and then Sarah Louise was making a beat, also influenced by Clips, so it was just pure serendipity. They lined up just right. Clips influence is in the air, as it were. I don't have another beat on here. Just rap until people start showing up and asking me questions, or throwing money at me, or doing whatever it is people do. Whatever they feel inspired towards here in stream world. Also, let me know if my mic sounds like ass, or if my timing is fucked, or anything like that, if you happen to be here. Where the fuck is... I know. There's a beat I know is here we go. Lemonade Girl. That's the one. Mm. Yeah. AB, I can see what you're doing. Excellent, fluent, great, hefty influence. Just killing, living, moving nudes over prudes, cued, rudely sundered, truly underviewed, wild youth suited. Proved it, but we knew you could do it already. Go steady, quit betting and gamble. Ramblers ready to read you down into shambles like Mr. Rossetti. Motivated, forgetting, masturbate, come confetti. Fist and twisted already, dismissed and disseminated. Emanating petty bait, then you may be erased from my plate like a basted steak. That's as much as I wrote of that. Let's see. I'm filled with emotions like a bitch. Trial of the golden witch. Miles of road of yellow brick. Ozymandias, I watch over the watchmen. I seen him going through the motions. Wrong way to be locked in. Rock him, Tupac, Nas to gods I give praise. Malaise gives way to good days when I get the gravy. I'm a special lady, especially because the buzz I generate feels like when faced with bumblebees all jittering right near your face. Please, not the face. Good meowing, Giga. Alex J. Denton, I have no idea what the hell you were saying. None of that means words to me. Oh right, this beat just keeps going. It doesn't stop by itself. Well, let me keep rapping then. Yeah. I can write my little ass off. Stratospheric blast off. Atmosphere is mask off. Riddle with the metaphors and cryptic with the crass thoughts. Get a horse and get some whores and middle me with flasks drawn. Unrealistically ballistic in this bitch and beyond reasoning. Cayenne and paprika for the seasoning. Infeasible and inconceivable. Know what that word means? You heard me blurring memes between the lines and stuffing references into the seams. Blessing beats with messy schemes is signaling my sweethearts. Try to test the team, we make you eat farts, we eat hearts, we squeak carts through the lidle. Broke bitch, blame it on the Bible, thumping dipshits, keeping the culture idle. Piles and piles of pebbles creak under my hoofbeat. 6 miles to the peak, my time was better than yours would be. I'm rebel and I'm renegade, relentless on a good beat. Looking to be hood rich before 50, at least I hope I could be. Endlessly penning regrets into repair while I ensnare your fears and worries, bully them to disappear. Let's make it clear and state all our intentions up front. I don't give a fuck about where you come from if you come along for the long run. Yeah. I don't give a fuck about where you come from if you come along for the long run. Come along for the long run. Yeah. Appearances may be deceiving, but Virginia is for lyricists. Blink for me repeatedly to signal that you're hearing this. Still here with us? Is it fear or is it trust? Clear the room for this cartoon. The sex scenes are seriously fucked. Turn off your music and put on some Thug Bungalow. I am ungovernable and flow is so indiscernible. Furtis flow. Alright. Did you skip Z or did I miss it? I thought I had Z. Let's see, hold on. AB, I can see what you're doing. Excellent, fluent, great, hefty influence, just killing, living, moving nudes over prudes, cued rudely, sundered, truly underviewed, wild youth, zooted. Zooted was my Z. I'm glad you could in fact see what I was doing there. AB, I see. What else do I have here? No, that's pictures. Thug bitch. It's in here. Guitar horn? What does that mean? Why is it downloading? The fuck? The fuck is this? Okay. I don't hate that, I guess. Thugnacious guitar horn. What's up, chat? Hello, off model. Trixie, did Trigger and KyoAni save anime again? I'm afraid they might have. I haven't actually watched Panty and Stocking yet. I need to clarify right away that Trixie does not watch anime. It's hard to talk about this in a way if I use any personal pronouns, so I'm just going to use third person to talk about myself. Nova watches anime. Why? I don't really know. She likes it, I guess. I don't care about anime. I said I was going to avoid personal pronouns. Whatever. I, as Trixie, I know I have We Watch Anime as the backdrop here, but this is not my computer, alright? My computer just has the major Motoko Kusanagi, but from the PS1 game, looking like pixelated ass. I like having like hideous desktop backgrounds that inspire me to not look at them. You know, like you gotta keep windows happening, gotta keep stuff going on your screen so you don't have to see your horrendous desktop background. Gigadonk said, oh yeah, Isabel told me the new Panty and Stocking is great. I'll have to check it out. I'm sure that it is. I'm out of the loop. Who's Nova? Great question. Luckily, the explanation is just simply on a thumbnail. Here we go. July 5th, 2025, Nova was born. Another lens through which is seen a side of our consciousness. Searching for a voice, she returns to the wellspring of anime at the dawn of a new season. I didn't see any of this coming at all. The only anime I knew about that was coming out summer season was City the Animation, which looked incredible. Based on the first trailer, I thought this was going to be another all-time classic from Kyoto Animation, the logical successor of Nichijou that, in my heart of hearts, I knew needed to exist. even though I never finished Nichijou, because sometimes when something is too unique, I don't want to finish it all at once. I don't think I'll ever get more of it. But lo and behold, I did. It only took a decade and some change. Yes! So I thought, okay, that show's going to be good, but why would I think anything else is going to be good? I haven't been interested in an anime in like 6 months, since Dandadan, pretty much. But when a new season comes out, I have a tendency to just click on anything that has a cool looking picture, and I'll scrub through the first episode to see if it looks like anything cool happens, and if it does, then I'll go back to the start and watch it. Usually sped up a little bit, because anime is slow. I'm tired of people acting like I'm the weirdo. I don't know how you handle watching anything that slow. The mind wanders. And that's where the first ad break would be if I didn't have ad block. Golden Butthole free with $5. Thank you. Says Trix, send me our stream please or I'll die. Cheers from Indonesia. Also, Chrono, don't square up to me. I'm the strongest. I have the power of anime. Unfortunately for you, she also has the power of anime. I don't have the stream, Landon. You should have saved it as soon as you got home, I guess. Twitch keeps your streams for a week. You can download them, but do I have a fan running the audio horrible? The video audio. The mic has some fuzzy background noise. Am I talking? Me speaking, right? Whenever there's background noise, it's usually this thing's fault. Knocked out my monitor somehow. Why am I monitor? Oh, there we go. Do I sound better now? Noise is gone. Good, good. Yeah, it happens. Nobody really understands why. I think it's just that, like, dust gets into the fucking cords somehow. I don't know how, because I don't unplug them. But, typically I blow them, and then they are good. I was trying to think of a sex joke to follow that up with, but nothing came to mind quickly enough. Out of curiosity, how does this video not get copyright nuked from orbit? I did not let one clip go over like 5 fucking seconds in this video. Maybe like 7 at the most seconds. And no 2 clips are right next to each other. So like I made sure that, for instance, even if I'm cutting the same scene together, like I don't use 2 clips that are too close together. All of that said, there's no reason to think this won't get copyright nuked from orbit. It can always happen post hoc, you know, like the Dandadan video was fine for like several days before it got killed. So it's entirely possible that I will have to fight some kind of copyright deal for this, but I was not really making this with it being like, I wasn't making it thinking like this is a product for YouTube per se. It was more of a permanent, like, just, it was more about immortalizing that weekend of watching anime, basically. Like, I had a nice time watching anime. I'd like to share the experience, and also it's a good excuse for me to do something with this energy that I got from Nova's, from going Nova, you know. So yeah, like I thought it would be a fun project. It ended up taking longer than I hoped. Like, the video both is longer than I hoped and it took longer than I hoped. But you know, I feel like I got it done at the, like, the last possible night that it could have still been relevant. Like, if it was one night later, it's no longer could have even, like, it wouldn't have even mattered to me anymore. But it's out just in time. And I feel like if I do another one, it will definitely be shorter. But yeah, the point of this was mostly just to make a type of a video more than it was to make like a survivable YouTube product per se. Like you'll notice at the very start it even says like download this, save the file. You know, like if you really want to have this, don't count on it existing, which, you know, was the message I was trying to send when I took all my content down before. And it will be the message I'm sending if I take my content all down again. I'll be like, y'all didn't learn your lesson and download all this shit? You thought I was just going to leave it all up forever? You're crazy. You know, but that day's not coming yet. When you get copyrighted, is it automatic or is someone manually copywriting it? Both are possible. I got past the automatics for now. Would you say watching so much anime over the years has made you feel kind of stir crazy, and Nova is birthed those feelings to compartmentalize that? I've been feeling that way a lot lately. Life hack, watch all of Trixie and Nova stuff immediately and you don't have to worry. YouTube has an automatic copyright detection, but there are also some companies who search for copyright infringement manually, yeah. And like just false claimers, you know, and stuff like that. Has anime made me stir crazy in that birthed Nova? Nova, I feel like discovered anime more so as a very, I have a lot of it in my head, you know. So imagine you were to just spawn into existence suddenly, and you look around your environment you have all the instincts of a human being, you know. So you think I need to survive. I need to find something I can use to survive. What do I need? You know, what can I use? What is around me? What can I use to sort of create a life for myself, you know? And so with Nova, for instance, I came up with the name first. And I guess to explain how Nova came to existence, I don't know if I completely did this already. Basically, Butthole Weave with $5 real quick. Butthole Weave says, or rather, Golden Butthole Free, I should say, says, Brody, I literally don't know who the fuck you are, but if you speak my name again, I'll fly from Indonesia and whoop you. Ask Trixie, I'm Karate Kid. Yeah, I'd like to see you try. I would love to see you try. It would be so funny. Brody could definitely kick your ass. Full stop. And she's a lady. She's a mom, in fact. Brody is a mother, and she could kick your ass. Like, handily. I got crane kick? No, you don't. You would fucking break your leg. Oh, my lord. Brody would put you in a coffin if you looked at her wrong. Lamau, yeah, probably. Crota said, my house is full of video games, manga, and toys. If I spawned a new personality, they wouldn't have a chance. Yeah. Well, yeah, so to getting to that, okay, so like, the way that I've been describing the layout of my psyche as of late is that I sort of perceive myself as having different modalities that are, while they are all connected and mostly share memories, there is this sense that there's always sort of someone actively living and then someone observing, if that makes sense. And sometimes I feel more of me is in the moment. Like right now I feel like it's taking a lot of everything inside of me to be able to formulate how to communicate this. So it's like a very awake feeling, whereas a lot of the time I have more of a half awake drifting kind of feeling of like either I'm literally not doing anything, I'm just thinking, or I'm doing something and I'm thinking about something else. So there's usually some form of disconnect, some level of dissociation, and depending on what I'm doing, it could be that the way I act and the way I think are like tremendously different. That like the version of me that's in control of what I do and the version of me that's thinking about what's happening are sometimes even in conflict, where like the one voice might be like actively upset at what's happening. Usually that would be Mitsue. So like the three core voices, voices is an odd word to use because it's not like a talking situation per se, but like alters, that's the technical term. My three core alters are Mavis, Pluto, and Mitsue. And Mavis is like bot mode, staring at the wall, like watching paint dry, very content to watch time pass and just let things happen and not really do anything. And the one thing that really fascinates her is putting things in order, listing, creating some kind of structure through which to understand something, especially a new piece of data, like a new observation. If there's some way to make a list out of it or put it into a diagram, Mavis is very comforted by that. She also is really into aesthetics, just anything that's aesthetically pleasing, especially human aesthetics. If you're a good-looking person, Mavis will want to study you. So, yeah, she's the sort of aesthetic operator who just likes to watch the world, and is the way I would characterize my younger self as mostly that. Like when I was a kid, I just sat there fucking quietly, did nothing, for the first early years. And then I would say that out of eventually getting to a point where I could communicate with my younger brother Victor and started enjoying fun things with him, who is more of a like normal kid, who like fun loving, like energetic, loud in a way that I just hadn't been. So like a new side of me kind of emerged from that, where the version of me that hangs out with Victor is tremendously different from the version of me that is not with him, the version that's just alone, and for most of my early childhood, I wasn't really alone. I was mostly with my mom. And so when there came a point that my brother Shade was born and my mom became really distracted and didn't really have time for me, and then also like getting bullied in school created a third side. So like the first side, again, Mavis, quiet, docile, watching paint dry, right? Second is Pluto, my second self. And Pluto is the energetic, fun, bombastic, cutesy, like loves to see cows, having a good time, cat mode, baby girl personality. And Pluto is, though adult in her thinking, sort of very much struggles with arrested development of like never having gotten the chance to really fully have fun as a kid, like never really got to be herself. So she's still kind of it's still exploding out of her, all of those childhood feelings that never came out, and then Mitsue Mitsue is my dark side, the side of me that emerged from being bullied, from being ignored, from feeling like nobody was ever listening to me or giving me the time of day, feeling like I didn't know how to formulate words and just didn't know how to speak, like Mavis almost doesn't speak whatsoever, and Pluto speaks nonsense, like abject nonsense. And Mitsue is just an angry child who is like trying to rationalize in my head, why am I being treated differently? Why am I getting so much shit? What did I do wrong? Eventually became the question. And so in that way, Mitsue is it's sort of the more punishing voice, you know, the one that turned against the voice that ended up me being turned against myself as a teen, you know, was very much like this inner fighting between Mitsue, who logically, rationally understands what should be done, you know, and like how to behave to get the results you want, but has to convince Mavis, whose instinct is let's just chill and not do anything, let's just wait it out, and Pluto, whose instinct is I want hugs, who can I hug right now, you know? So like, so between nothing and I want comfort, you've got this third angry self that's like, we have to do something, you know? And that's Mitsue. And over time, you know, as I've done plenty of things, I figured out what was a good or a bad idea. And I've also experienced lots of shit, you know, and Mitsue kind of locks away everything. I would say Mitsue chooses what gets said. Let's put it that way. She is out of the three personalities, the one who chooses what gets to come out of my mouth is Mitsue. So, you know, if I'm being very guarded, I'm being very much like her. If I'm being very unguarded, that means it's mostly Pluto speaking. But Pluto's only going to show up if Mitsue trusts you. You know, like you have to earn the trust of one part to get to the other one. So those are the three core personalities. And if you kind of combine them like RGB sliders, you get different distinct colors that create other personalities. So Trixie, for instance, is what you get from like mostly like Trixie is maybe the most Himitsu forward personality, in that she's a politician, meaning that she's always kind of double speaking, you know, always being like true, exactly as honest as what will make you not pay attention to the dishonest part, like a magician, you know. Trixie is the magician, she's the witch, which is why she hangs out in the swamp. So like Trixie is like if you took Himitsu but you had the empathy of Pluto and the I guess conscientiousness of Mavis. And then Vera Bradley, the Bomber Girl, which is my cozy gaming YouTube channel personality. You know, she has all of my personas have more to them than just simply making YouTube videos, but it is a very good way to express them to people and make you understand who they are. So, you know, Trixie, obviously the main content producer, but Vera started making videos last November on the Cozy Queer Gaming channel. And Vera is the most Pluto-forward personality. She is, in many ways, what Pluto wants to grow up to be. Pluto's idea of who should I be as an adult is Vera, which is this incredibly soft, matronly, you know, worldly person who is basically only interested in things that are gay and cozy and have good messaging and are independent, you know. So she's the gamer out of my personalities, like the one that is the most interested in playing video games, but also very defensive of the fact that like she's not a hardcore gamer, you know, like even though she knows a lot about video games and likes playing video games, she is not a hardcore gamer. So when it comes to talking about video games, she's very guarded in like trying to create a specific environment of like how we're going to, you know, engage with video games. Gigadonk, am I a hardcore gamer? I would say so. Like you're good at video games, you know, like categorically you can pick up a game and master it, and there are games you have mastered at a level that, you know, that just like there are games that you have played enough that there's no possible way a first-time player, even who's pretty good at games, would get that result on their first try, you know. If you know what Toho is, you're hardcore. No, if you can beat Toho, you're hardcore. If you can even make it to like the second or third boss on the highest difficulty of a Toho game, you might be a hardcore gamer. But like, you know, because I've sat and watched outside of the Toho panel at conventions where guys are, I say guys, but, you know, it's a Toho panel. Everyone's dressed as a Toho character. I'm not going to assume anybody's gender, but I've seen people sitting there on their laptop, like, playing insane mode, pixel perfect, like, outside the fucking Toho panel, you know, and I'm watching that, like, I can't even dream of being this good at a video game. That's impossible. So, we've established at this point the three main personalities, two alters that are sort of like aged up. I've been thinking about making this video calling them like Digimon, right? Like, because Digimon have their baby form, then their middle evolution, and then various like third stages that they might be able to inhabit briefly, you know, but like usually don't really spend much time that way. So like, for instance, as Trixie, if I were to then perform a character in a video, like, there's an extent to which acting is creating a alter, you know, it's creating a version of you that is that character, you know, and you're only acting the way that that version of you would act when you're in that persona. So each of my personalities has the ability to act to some level, and can pretend to be more than just that. So, you know, like, if I were to embody a specific character, I would look at that like the third stage Digimon evolution. But whatever character I was playing, it would have to come from one of those personalities, if that makes sense. You know, like, it would have to be that Pluto is playing a character, or Vera is playing a character, or Trixie is playing a character. But in terms of like the core, like, who's here all the time, you know, like, Pluto, Mavis, and Himitsu are always in my head. Trixie is often in my head, but not always. Vera is kind of rarely in my head because there's certain expectations I have of myself in terms of like personal upkeep that I have not reached, that make it difficult for me to embody certain aspects of myself. Vera, for instance, is extremely feminine, and I am not always necessarily like prepared to be that way, you know, like, I haven't set my life up in such a way that I start every morning with like a routine of feminization the way that most women who are very feminine do, you know, like, so getting myself into that like cozy headspace of like, everything I do today I'm going to feel good about because I've taken care of myself. Like, the more I can be like that, the more Vera is able to come out. Nova, as you may have guessed from the fact that Vera is kind of like Pluto and Trixie is kind of like Himitsu, Nova is a Mavis extension. But Mavis doesn't talk. Just categorically, she doesn't like to talk. Not that she can't, she doesn't do it. And she mostly uses the number 100. If you are on Discord and you've interacted with me and you see the number 100, that's Mavis's thing. She gives 100s, she gives them very freely. She loves that. She loves everything. She kind of just passively enjoys watching the world turn. But there is also this underlying sense of like nobility, to where it's not that she's just like watching because she has no ambition. It's more like that is what she thinks is correct. Like, her idea, she's a monk-like idea of the world, of like, you know, trying to do too much is a bad thing, basically. And so, like, Nova came as a suggestion from Himitsu, where basically Himitsu was sort of saying to Mavis, like, you know, well, what do you... I don't remember exactly what the line of questioning was, but it led to Mavis opening her mouth and Himitsu being like, if you can talk, why not make a version of you that can talk, you know, like out loud to people and express yourself, and call her something like Mavis Nova. And as soon as I thought that, Mavis Nova, Mavis then thought, well, that's not a number. Like, my thing is numbers. Nova is not a number. It's not even a Greek alphabet character. Why Nova? Took me a while to figure out why Nova. Maybe you'll have figured it out. It's not necessarily obvious from the internet's perspective unless you really think about where I live and what I rapped about on my last album. So, you know, when I really thought about it, it made sense to me. But as soon as I came up with that, and I thought, like, well, Nova's not a number, so that's not really a Mavis extension. That's more like a new person, you know? And so it became that basically I created, like, what if Mavis's ideals were in a version of her that could speak as freely as Himitsu does, you know? Which is just, I shouldn't say that Himitsu speaks freely, but who is able to control what she says the way that Himitsu does. Let's put it that way. And so Nova is the representation of, you know, basically Mavis's idealism, but through Himitsu's ability to speak and Pluto's general empathy and love for cute things. And generally Pluto is sort of seen as like the soul, the heart and soul of this system that everyone else is kind of just there to protect. Like, for the most part, it's just like, if I could spend all of my time as Pluto, I think I'd be the happiest, because when I am the happiest and the most comfortable, that's who comes out. You know, like, when I feel really good, when I'm around people I really like, you know, I don't feel like physically uncomfortable, which a big part of why I smoke so much weed is that I am generally physically uncomfortable. You know, like, aside from feeling dysphoric all the time, feeling like I want to rip my skin off when I have too much body hair, you know, like shoulder pain and back pain from being in chairs too much, and like pacing back and forth obsessively. So like, so just because of the fact that I'm in pain, I will, you know, use a lot of drugs to be in like a chill enough state that I can easily let Pluto come out. In an even more chill state, or I shouldn't say chill, when I do acid, it's like all Himitsu, you know, like that. It's like everyone else goes to bed, and it's you know, it's me and the void and the dark part of me that get to hang out, you know. But like, yeah, so in I gotta now read the chat to see what y'all have been talking about so I can catch up to myself. Okay. How has Bird been, and what does he think of Nova? Bird has been great. He's only really introduced himself, but Bird has not really tried to like comprehend the system or the logic. And it's hard because we're not that dissimilar. Like, Pluto is obvious, you know, when Pluto's out, everybody can tell because Pluto is bombastic and girly and, you know, not masked at all. Whereas right now I feel very Trixie. Like, I feel as though I'm doing a lot of mediation to try to be, like, I'm being too selective with what I'm saying to truly feel like I'm Nova right now. And like, and I'm on Trixie's channel, so it's hard to not, like, honestly, I am so psychologically affected by like what account I am using. Like, I won't log into an account if I can't access that personality, you know, like, or I won't be able to post, or I'll have to log out right away, you know. Like, if I say log into Vera's profile and I see that I'm on it, it will kind of like yank her forward, and if she's like, now's not the time, then it's like, okay, switch back, you know. But looking at the stream title, have you ever made a video about the connection between anime and hip-hop? Not specifically, though I did make that Writing the Zeitgeist video about lo-fi hip-hop in specific, and how Nujabes helped popularize that with the Samurai Champloo soundtrack. So kind of. There is much more that could be said, but I'm not necessarily the best person to do it because there's people who really study that and who've done like panels and talks about it and shit up in DC. I've got the beat from Birds Don't Sing, the first track off the new Clips album, stuck in my head. Shout out Z Cypher. Shout out Petrichor. Digimon are relatable because they can evolve all the way to adult, but then revert to child or baby. Exactly. That is exactly what I was trying to suggest. In general, what's it like being plural? Confusing. FD Signifier should do the anime hip hop vid? No. There's better. I mean, if he's going to interview like all the dudes, then sure. But like, Substantial should do it, or a Sheru should do it, or something. Like the rappers who were like so okay, at Otakon like 2019 or whatever, they did like a big tribute to Nujabes show, where they had Shingo 2 there. They had Substantial and some other guys who had rapped on, like, Americans who had rapped on Nujabes' projects, and they were doing like not only a panel about anime and hip hop at Otakon, but also for like a national museum nearby or something like that. So there's definitely like dudes who have entirely spec'd into this, who really know exactly what's going on. Could I be consulted on the subject? Maybe. I could probably name more anime that have hip hop, than a lot of people, but at this point, trap is so pervasive that even in anime, it's like almost unavoidable to hear some hip hop, some trap beats, like you can't even watch the fucking morning news without hearing trap beats these days, which really cracks me up. Not that I watch the morning news casually or anything, but when I'm at my parents' house and they have it on, I'm always just like, why am I hearing jittery hi-hats over the fucking Today Show? Like, it's very surreal to me, but probably not at all to younger people, I guess. I don't know. Thank you for becoming a member, ZemQ. Sponsor good. Everyone must sponsor good forever. For real though, I will super appreciate it if anybody sends me any money on Cash App or Venmo, as I am out of weed, and I'm basically just gonna stream until I have at least enough money to buy weed, because I'm desperate. I have $66 in the bank. Bird is also out, so I'd like to like refill for both of us. So ideally, I'd make at least $150 on this stream through direct donations, just purely for weed. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you it's for anything else, because why? Why would I? You know the truth. Everyone knows the truth. I can send you $90, but can you watch my request for a time when I don't have to go to bed? Yes, although you specifically using Itch.io, that money will reach me in a few days. It will not reach me immediately. But if you want to send it right now, that's fine, or you could just save it for when you actually, when you want to do that request. Either way is fine by me. I will, of course, thank you to send me $90, whatever means you can. But, yeah. Probably a good idea to save it for now. But if anybody is from the great United States and has a little extra fliff, if I send money, it can't be weed money. It has to be HRT money. We could maybe establish like a savings account of like this money goes exclusively towards HRT. What's a good way to... Does weed really help with dysphoria? I ask as someone who suffers with it from a non-binary perspective. Kinda. In the sense that it's a great distraction. How do I put it? I don't recommend anybody start smoking weed. Like, if that's what you're asking, like, should I start smoking weed? Probably not. Because if you get addicted, it's going to ruin your finances, as I have learned. So, weed makes me dissociate real bad, which feels not great because I'm already in the corners of my mind. So, I feel that it makes me... It depends. It really depends on the weed and, like, my state of mind, you know... Some of it makes me dissociate really bad and I don't like it. Like, because I try different strains all the time. You know, I very frequently just try a new flavor to see how it's going to affect me. And sometimes I really regret it because some of them will have me feeling like locked out. You know, like I can't fucking even... Like, I can't even feel enough like myself to do something I would do, you know? Like, I just feel like I'm back here, nothing, floating around in a nothing void. I've been there. Usually, though, it gets me feeling super myself, where, like, I just forget about my body, and I am just so hyper-focused on whatever I'm thinking about, you know? So, like, for instance, the last time I bought weed, I was having like a pretty... Because when I'm out, I'm always miserable because my brain, as soon as it even knows it's going to be out soon, my brain starts torturing me. And it's torturing me not because I'm out, but because I want to have more. And that's the guilt, is the like, you've already run out and you're desperate for more and you're a drug addict and you're going to waste all your money on this and you're going to have to take people's money just to spend it on this. Like... The guilt part comes then. But, like, when I then have the weed and smoke it and get high, I completely forget about any of that, and I write a rap song or, you know, like, watch a movie and write a review of it or something. Like, I just do something fun, typically. So, yeah, it's not even so much that it's like, the dysphoria is gone, as that, like, I just get really easily focused on something else, you know, and don't think about the dysphoria as much. Now, having said that, oftentimes I wake up and I just feel like until I get really high, like, I can't do anything, you know, like, I'll wake up just feeling, again, like, this sense of, like, lockout of, like, I get so focused on the pain in my shoulders that it's all I can do all morning is stretch. Like, I'll have mornings where I just keep smoking and stretching, listening to music for, like, 6 hours sometimes. You know, like, I literally will just stand in the bathroom with music playing out of my phone, staring out the window, alternately, you know, like, pacing back and forth. And it'll sometimes be that, like, I start to be high, so then I don't feel like I need to keep hitting, but I also don't feel high enough to not be feeling any pain, so I just pace around for like 15-20 minutes, then take another hit, and then pace around, and then take another hit, and then, you know, at some point, usually, I undergo like a few... So you know how with like a computer... Like, the point of turning a computer off is to let it cool down and, like, you know, let all the parts settle for a second. So it's not just constantly moving parts. But when you shut the computer down, it doesn't actually kill the seed, the electronic spark that it created when you turned it on. That only happens when you reset the computer, and when you reset the computer, it's like, it comes right back on, so it doesn't lose all of the exhaustion and everything, but it does reset the spark, and it's kind of like you're creating, or the seed rather. So it's like you're telling the computer to like turn its brain all the way off and turn it all the way back on. And so I'm drawing this metaphor because I sleep pretty randomly, but I also sometimes don't really sleep. I just kind of clock out for a second, or I feel myself slowly crashing as though I'm gonna fall asleep, and then I'll just kind of be laying there for a bit, and then like reset, and then all of a sudden I have energy again, and I'm like ready to go. And I think that is definitely a characteristic of the dissociation, of where sometimes one of my personalities is like really trying to fight to get something done that it can't get done. And when it finally like gets crushed by that feeling, it goes to sleep and somebody else wakes up. So it might be that like Zemq with 25 euro. Hey, sorry for no Venmo, Cash App not available in Germany. Just saw the newest video on We Watch Anime and wanted to send some support. Hell yeah, thank you. That is exactly what I was hoping to hear today. I did not want to stream until I had released that video. I was like, I need to have done something cool before I go live, so that if people want to send me money, it's at least because I made something cool, and not just because I want to smoke weed. I should deserve to smoke weed before I ask for money. No, I had a lot of fun making that. It was like I kept adding more, like, as I worked on it. It was the kind of thing where my ambition was to make like a 22-minute. I think the script, or the recording, the audio recording, is less than half an hour, but then I added so much extra stuff, in the commercial breaks and the OP and the ED and all that stuff. And so like basically as soon as I realized it was not going to be 25 minutes, I was like, okay, well, if it's not going to be the length of exactly one anime episode, let's make it the length of exactly 2 anime episodes, and just kind of kept adding it until it was that nice solid 45-minute OVA length. And yeah, just like adding in more details. Like, I wasn't going to do the subtitles originally, but then it was really fun to translate them myself. Like, there was a few I needed help with, so I kind of looked at the original subtitles, but ultimately I chose my own wording for all of it. So it was fun to kind of do my own translation and subtitles. And then and there's like a few places where I really like, if you can tell, the subtitle I put there is like very westernized, because there's a part where in My Dress Up Darling, when like the main character like suddenly shrinks into a ball and he's like freaking out, and the girl like sits down next to him and says something to the effect of, "Is it really that depressing?" And I translated it as, "It's not that deep for real." So yeah, there's little things like that that made it really fun. Or me saying like, about City the Animation, like, yeah, we finally got a sequel. It only took a little more than a decade. And then there's the text that says, "Just like my transition." I like to mention, if it's okay to not like popular anime, I have very niche taste that makes people think I am overly picky on what I like, but I just know what I like. Hell yeah, shout out to Komugi of That One Lucario fan fame / Genki and Sienna fame, who made that video with Nisa. Nisa was also... It's basically that clip is a video that Komugi made where Nisa like sent a question to be answered, like an anime question, and then Komu, answers it, and then did the edit. It's a fun concept and also a good video. I put that stuff in there because as Nova, like, even though I know intellectually that most of you who are going to see this video know who I am, in the sense that you know who Trixie is, you know my anime analysis style, so like this video won't seem tremendously new or like out of left field for you. But I'm imagining somebody who's, this is the first thing they've ever seen, you know, like, you don't know Nova, you don't know her story, pretend that you're meeting Nova for the first time. Who is she? What does she think? What does she believe in? What are her opinions? And like, the stuff I say about anime does give you an amount of a lens into what I'm going for, but I think the clips from Komugi and from Krona add a lot to understanding where I'm coming from as a critic, you know, where I'm not worried about what's popular, and I'm also not even really worried about what's new. I just happen to be talking about new anime because a bunch of new anime just came out that are good, you know. But it's not that I think new anime is necessarily like the best thing to talk about or anything like that. And then, you know, with the segment from Krona's video, Gigadonk's video, it's basically, I just included the part where she goes over like 3 things you need to have as a critic, because I heavily agree with them, and wanted to present the idea that like, okay, this is the creed, you know, that we're operating under, is be like this. And then other than that, it's mostly content that, you know, I personally appreciate that people I know made independently. So I wanted it to be as much independent art to be in there as possible, because, you know, as great as anime can be sometimes, it doesn't give back very much. Like, other than, you know, whatever you get out of anime, it's hard to give back in a meaningful way to it. It's hard to have a relationship with anime where both of you are going to get everything you want out of that relationship, you know? I think you can have a stronger relationship with like independent art, but it's a matter of like figuring out why you care, because it doesn't have the money, the advertising budget to shove itself in your face, you know. We know about every anime that comes out in a season because there are PR teams that pass out memos to people that, you know, put together lists of shows, and then we see those lists of shows. And like, I want to be that for, you know, for independent creators. Like, I want to be the list you could consult and go, oh, here's all the stuff. But in particular, people who I know, because I can vet them, you know. Like, it's not just that this is a bunch of independent art, but it's independent art from people who I knew would be cool with me using it, and who I know are cool in and of themselves as people, you know. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna play some more of this video, actually, and I'll be back. I threw on Hell Teacher Nube just because it's a name I recognize. I figure, oh, it's another modernized remake, probably along the lines of something like Ushio Totora, which had been adapted in the 90s and then readapted again in the 2010s for the newer art style. And that's pretty much exactly what it is. I thought that the character artwork is really nice, so I stuck through the kind of boring, middling part of the first episode where they're just at school to the end where the action ramps up and suddenly it becomes interesting. The second episode in particular is like a non-stop action scene. At one point, a guy puts an axe into his own face, tears his skull out of his head, and transforms into a sexy furry demon so that he can try to steal the skull out of a child's head in order to make himself human. And the only thing stopping him is that that kid's teacher happens to be a demon, like a stronger demon. And the fighting is fucking crazy. So this was a fun one. Right away, seeing that made me think this is already a more interesting anime season than I expected. There's already a show I know I'm looking forward to, and now a pretty good modernization of an old shonen. this is interesting. Let's look into it, because sometimes this happens where anime just well springs magically a whole season of awesome. It happened like 2 years ago when we first started the We Watch Anime podcast. It was during a season that was exceptional. There was just like 7 or 8 shows that I ended up liking that season, and this season is looking like it might be pretty equivalent. LaPusha with the Australian $10 says, I gotta ask what you think of this Epstein list news that's in this cycle at the moment. I don't know exactly what new news there is. Let's go look it up. None of this seems new. Hold on. Let's go to Google. Google knows what's happening. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, fuck them. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Yeah? Good. Please, more of that. Endlessly. It just sounds like Trump's really trying to avoid having to answer for the Epstein stuff, and people are not letting him have that. Good. Yeah. Epstein didn't kill himself. Obviously, I don't know who the fuck thinks he did, but Brody sent me money on Cash App. Oh shit! Oh my god! Brody with the 100 motherfucking. I wish I had a goddamn soundboard so I could go pew 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 pa pa pew pew pew. Brr. Is it better if I just do it with my mouth? Pew 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 pew. What's that loud ass glass breaking noise? Oh god, I'm gonna choke to death on my own spit. I'm bad at breathing. Did you know that you're supposed to breathe with the soft palate of your tongue pressed to the roof of your mouth and through your nose? You probably did, because you probably breathe that way. Not me. I didn't know that till I was an adult. And you're supposed to like train yourself to like breathe right, and if you do, it'll make your jaw move forward, and then you have like a cooler like chin, more prominent chin, I guess. I've seen videos about this. Anyway, I'm bad at breathing. Play the glass breaking noise from Umineko Lamau. That one's a little scarier. That one doesn't really give like, oh, this is heat, this is fire. Like there's that one fucking British radio show where it's like, I don't know the name of the DJ, but he's got like a screen in front of him, and he just keeps hitting the button that's just like this glass breaking noise and the fucking air horn sound over and over again when he's like hyping up a rapper. Did you know there's a witch in Dark Souls called Beatrice? I feel like I must have known that. There's no way I didn't know this, right? Witch Beatrice? I'm sure I forgot, and and that you just reminded me, but surely I must have known about this. Witch Beatrice has no obvious contribution to the game through either story or gameplay, although her attire can be obtained. Well, as she fights with you, it looks like, in the Four Kings. She has a habit of occasionally not showing up to the Four Kings boss fight. This is not a bug or glitch. As soon as she is summoned, staying too long outside of the fog door will allow a ghost to the player's right if they face the fog door to aggro the player and Beatrice. Because she has no transient curses, she'll be stuck firing sorceries at the ghost and remain unable to assist in the boss fight until the ghost is killed. Mentioned to be one of the few Catalyst users that did not hail from one of the dragon schools in Vinheim, setting her apart from other casters. She traveled to the Abyss but succumbed in her journey. Yeah, that sounds That all sounds right. Child Beatrice. There is in fact a model for a Beatrice as a child contained within Dark Souls game files, which was removed from its final release. It is unknown what part Child Beatrice would have played in the Chosen Undead's quest. However, like most removed content, it is possible to add Child Beatrice to the game through third-party programs. Because why the fuck not? As Dark Souls is heavily influenced by Berserk, it is possible that Child Beatrice is related to Shirk, as both are children, both are witches, wear similar attire, and are normally seen holding a staff. Well, that's adorable. I mean, she looks nothing the fuck like Shirk, but sure, whatever. That's pretty cool. Do y'all know about Duracine? This game? It's a Hidetaka Miyazaki developed FromSoft game, but it's like a text adventure game with very light movement mechanics, done in VR, and it's like a trippy story about like an 1800s orphanage, and like I'm not gonna read this because I don't want to spoil myself, because I still only played like half an hour of this game, but it seemed really cool and interesting and super my aesthetic. The name Duracine, according to Facebook, is my middle name. That's not. I've never decided I was actually going to take that as my middle name, but Beatrice Duracine is what I'm called on my Facebook. So it's funny to think that both names are in FromSoft games. Obviously, I got the Duracine from the game, but Beatrice just comes from Umineko. Umineko no naku koro ni. Ooh, Minako! They both kind of mean similar things, too. Although the Beatrice name has more than one meaning, but they both very much apply. Bringer of joy or blessed one. Otherwise, traveler. Where's a fucking... Hold on. I want just name meaning. Not the whole Wikipedia page. Here we go. Nameberry. She who brings happiness, blessed. Beatrice is back. Let's go. It is back. July 13th. This was written fucking yesterday. What the hell? Or updated yesterday, I guess. I agree. Beatrice is back. More popular in the UK. In the middle of the top 1,000. I wouldn't have thought so, considering how fucking hard it is to find anything that says Beatrice on it out there. Where are you? In the top? Oh, okay. So right now it's at 579. Bottomed out here in 2000. Nobody wanted to be Beatrice in the year 2000. I seriously think this is 100% Umineko. There's no fucking way that this name took this hard of a nosedive and then picked back up right after Umineko came out. Yeah, it has to be. It's the only possibility. Famous people named Beatrice. If it doesn't say fucking... Oh, here we go. Here's fictional characters. Where's our girl? What would they list her as? Would they list her? There we go. Beatrice the Golden Witch in Umineko When They Cry. There's a Beatrice in Gunslinger Girl? I don't even fucking remember that. Who the fuck was... Her name's Beatrice? I didn't know this. I think I barely got far enough for this character to exist, because I haven't finished the manga. That's fucking crazy. Oh yeah, fucking BoJack Horseman's mom is also Beatrice, which was quite hilarious to me when watching it. And of course, Kill Bill. Although this is wrong. Her name is not Beatrice. It's Beatrix with an X. It's Beatrix Kiddo. They didn't even put Kiddo here. Her name's fucking Beatrix Kiddo. Silly ass website. Anyway. Beatrice. Beatrix is the original name. Someone who ushers happiness. Also, Blessed One, combining Viatrix and Beautis. The former meaning voyager, while the latter means blessed. This is what I was trying to find. Where the words blessed voyager come in, because I knew that was a part of it. Okay, so Viatrix, a girl Latin name. And then Beatus, a boy. Oh, interesting. It's combining a girl and a boy name. In Albanian, it is Beatrice, while in Welsh, it is Beatrice. That's cool, actually. That's a cool name, too. Beatrice. Beatrice Baudelaire. That's a hell of a name. Lucky number 9. Well, I did have a 9 ball of personalities, but most of them folded in, so at this point it's more like 6. Beatrice in QR code. What? For okay, whatever. Amazing. The pushes. What the? Will you ever read Gunslinger Girl? You're getting too old for manga, probably. How can you be too old for manga? Do you just mean that manga, or do you mean all manga? You don't get too old for manga. I mean, it's not like Gunslinger Girl is for children. It's not. What did it publish in, though? Was it a shonen? Is Gunslinger Girl shonen? Because that's crazy if so. Dengeki Daioh. It is shonen. What were they thinking? This ran in the same magazine as Azumanga Daioh. I don't understand how that's even possible. Yeah, it's easily the darkest thing. Well, okay, Muv-Luv is dark, so maybe it's not. But most of this feels very childish by comparison to Gunslinger Girl. So it's pretty funny that it is a Dengeki Daioh shonen manga, but I don't. Do you think that there are people who are like, what do you think old people watch? Like, I'm curious about this. Like, do y'all think that old people watch like just stuff for old people, or like that they watch just as much like young people shit? I guess it really depends on the old person. I mean, because some of the stuff that I like has been like for old people, but I don't even think that they would like. Do you want something that reminds you how old you are when you watch it? I don't know. I'm mentally stopped up at this idea of being too old for manga, particularly because famously Japan is a place where everybody reads manga. Like, the reason that manga is so popular in Japan is that there is manga for every demographic. So like, there is literally manga for old people, you know. Nisa said becoming an adult is realizing you just want to remind yourself of stuff you enjoyed as a child. That's what I was thinking, but also like, because I'm thinking like getting real old, right? Like, not my age old. I'm not even slightly old. I have no children. I'm basically a child myself. So in my case, you know, I watch baby cartoons. I'm like geeked to rewatch My Little Pony this fucking fall. Like, I don't count as an adult. But I'm wondering, like, as a real old person. Zemq says, I'm 27 and I can't stand most isekai fantasy stuff. Can't imagine most old people would watch or read most stuff targeted towards a young audience. But I couldn't stand that stuff even when I was young. Like, you just have good taste. Fucking Giguk's older than I am, and he's still not only watching isekai, he's making isekai now. So, you know, I don't I don't think you can outage something. I think you just like what you like. Some people like mature media. Some people like I keep trying to remember the name of this fucking show. There's this one show, it's a very like old people show. It's about these two women who are in their 70s, and both of their husbands like realize or admit that they're gay. Like, basically their husbands come out and divorce them and form a relationship together. And it's about the two wives, like, in their friendship while their husbands are having their own relationship. And you know, I would have never heard of this show on my own, but Bird showed it to me because he really liked it. And Bird showed this show to me when he's like 22, and it's a show about a bunch of 70-year-olds being a bunch of 70-year-olds. Why does Bird like this show? Because Bird loves his grandparents, and they're the people who he probably respects the most and is the most interested in this world. For good reason. They're great people. So sometimes young people are just into old shit, and old people want to go see the fucking Lego movie with their kid or whatever. Like, you know. Pendleton Ward's only 43? How the fuck is he so young? No fucking way. Holy shit. Not Van. I don't know who that is. How fucking old was he when he made Adventure Time? Crazy. 30 something, you reckon? But it's too old. Hold on, here we go. Word initially pitched Adventure Time to Nickelodeon. It was rejected. 2007. When did it get fucking picked up? Hold on. He would have only been like 25, going by my math. Holy crap, this is a long article. Development. Yeah, give me development. That's what I want. 2008. Okay, so this original short film came out January 11th, 2007. So he would have been 25 when this came out, if that. He would have been turning 25 that year, I should say. Yeah, I would think it's safe to say this guy is one of them young geniuses. One of them big-time young geniuses. Being a fucking showrunner at 25 is, for a cartoon, is nuts. Absolutely nuts. How old's Rebecca Sugar, actually? Now that I think about it, she's probably just as young. 38. My God. Something about the fact that there's a notation right next to the first use of the word she in the article uses she, her, and they, them pronouns. This article uses she, her for consistency. Whatever. You don't need consistency, do you? Does it matter? Whatever. Hello, Kier. Y'all, please listen to the new Open Mike Eagle album. since we're on the subject of pluralism, this is like the most plural ass album, like lyrically speaking, not performance wise, because it's not like he's performing as like a bunch of different characters, at least not obviously. There are some voice modified segments and stuff, and parts where there's more than one voice, but lyrically this is very much about having a deeply fractured consciousness and multiple senses of self and reconciling them and more or less like being okay, you know, like kind of being okay. I mean, the last song is called Unlimited Skull Voices. Hold on, let me play some of this.
I got all you niggas' voices in my skull. Introspective writer, street chase technician. I got all you niggas' voices in my skull. Polymath observer, hood museum exhibit. I got all you niggas' voices in my skull. Photographic sniper, post-mindedness critic. I got all you niggas' voices in my skull. I see every solitary voice. I don't know how to turn off all the noise.
So yeah, that's a song about having everyone's voice in your head. Like, every random fucking voice you've heard, you've got it now stuck in your head. An unlimited number of skull voices talking over each other, creating an infinite chaos. Sometimes. Unlimited Skull Voices. What a name. Is it a reference to Unlimited Blade Works? Almost certainly. Almost certainly. Why? Because this man made anime Trauma and Divorce. So, why wouldn't he know Unlimited Blade Works? There's a line on here where he says something about glowing like Hohenheim. Oh, the time has already come for me to open thy heart wallet. I can't afford it.
I yell fuck that. Even when I'm by myself, I write rap. Even when I'm by myself, I do dance move. Even when I'm by myself, I crack jokes. Even when I'm by myself, I say hell no. Even when I'm by myself, I was shattered in the early 90s, clean wings in the...
I was shattered in the early 90s. It's a hell of a lyric. He was born in 1980, so he's even older than Pendleton Ward. Which is crazy. Just crazy. Shout out Open Mike Eagle. His YouTube show is really good also. Hasn't updated lately because he's on tour right now. And I'd like to see him when he comes through DC because he's opening for Clipping, which is one of my favorite acts. Possibly the most influential on me as a hip-hop artist. Clipping, I mean. But yeah, Neighborhood Gods Unlimited. I do want to make a whole video about this. I will probably like listen through and scour the lyrics and figure out like every single bar I want to highlight. Love the Eagle video about Lil Wayne's terrible vinyl. Let's watch a little Open Mike Eagle. He's funnier than fuck. Like, his one about his predictions for the Super Bowl performance was really fucking funny. And in it, he refers to Kendrick Lamar as K ... because the way it's spelled is, you know, K ... what's the word I want? Decimal. K decimal DOT is the way it's spelled. So he called him K ... And then during the Super Bowl, right before the very last song, or no, not even the last song, in the middle of the very last song, right before the last segment, right before the second mustard, Kendrick goes, I go by the name of K ... And I have never heard him say that before. I've heard him say K ... many times. Never heard him say K ... until after Open Mike Eagle said, yeah, K ... is going to perform at the Super Bowl. And that is how he referred to himself at the climax of the whole thing. So I could not help but think maybe Open Mike Eagle inspired that. I think he might even mention that in this Lil Wayne video, actually. Or no, he mentioned it somewhere. He was like, could that have been me? I'm like, I thought so. I thought so while it was happening. Saw it on TV and went, he say K dot dot? Okay, let's watch.
Good morning. This is your friendly neighborhood indie rapper, Open Mike Eagle. I was working on my album campaign and I heard something absolutely hilarious. I'm used to hearing sad facts about the music industry, but this sad fact I heard about the music industry also made me laugh real hard. So a couple of months before his album Carter 6 dropped, Lil Wayne announced a vinyl pre-order, which in hindsight is already hilarious. And I'm gonna step lightly here, got my own.
In case you don't know, the Lil Wayne album is fucking terrible, and everyone said so.
Pre-order going right now. My album release is July 11th. Vinyl pre-order available now. Tour dates on sale now. Link in the description. But can you imagine paying $40 for a pre-order for the Carter 6, and then on the day it releases, you hear elephant raps? I'm starting to think that part of the backlash for this album might have been that he had a lot of people financially invested in this album being good. So then they was mad when they got Weezer Vacation Raps. That's not the story. The story is that after the pre-order, after the album release, the album's actually shipped, which I learned does not always happen. But you know how when you buy an album, usually all of the songs that are on the album are on the vinyl that you bought. Sometimes there's extra songs even. And in this case, Wayne put 3 bonus songs on the album. So if the album is 19 tracks plus 3, then on the vinyl there should be 22 songs. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 9 songs.
9
version of the Carter 6. There are.
How did this happen? The I don't know if he says it in this video, but the funny thing about this is there are only like 9 passable songs on the Lil Wayne album. So like probably the vinyl's the better. Like if they put the right songs on there, the vinyl is the better version of the album. If they got the right 9, if they don't have the fucking elephant song and the Weezer song and all that shit. Although honestly, the Weezer song was like my favorite on the whole album. It was so preposterous.
9 musical songs. That's it. Just 9. There are 6 songs from the album on this vinyl. There's 19 songs on the album digitally that you can stream for free, but if you bought one, you only get 6 of those songs on the vinyl that you have to pay money for. When I heard there were only 6 of the album songs on this album, I hollered. I was walking down the street. I was getting a new tire on my car, so I had to walk around the block for a while, and I put on this YouTube video that was very informative. But when it said 6 songs, hollered in the street. Like 6? 6. Could you imagine you pre-order an album, when it comes out,
No.
you don't even like it, and then when you get the vinyl, there's only 6 of the songs on there. So I learned about all this watching this video. And
Again, probably the better version though. Probably the better version of the album. Shout out Open Mike Eagle. Funny ass videos, good ass album. Ugh. Anyway, enough of going down that rabbit hole. Cypher said, I know a few people who were homeless after layoffs and fires in LA. It's depressing out there, and the whole time they have chuds in their replies telling them they ruined cartoons because they worked on Thundercats Roar or something. Yeah, that's awful. I don't understand why people think that, like, not liking a thing someone made is, like, grounds to treat them like a bad person or, like, less human or something. It's incredibly bizarre to me that you could be like, oh, you made something that sucks and therefore you suck, you know? How? You know? What about everything else that person does? That person might suck. It might be true, but it's not because of that, you know? Like Mighty Magiswords guy. That guy sucked for every reason. Like, Mighty Magiswords sucked, so he sucked as a creator. His podcast was dog shit, so he sucked as a podcaster. And he got caught with child porn, so he sucked as a human. You know, like that's a full-fledged suck. That's sucking on all levels. If you need to hate somebody, hate that guy. Like, all your negativity towards the animation industry, direct it towards fucking Kyle whatever from Mighty Magiswords. Fuck that dude. Good thing nobody liked that show or cared about it ever. It doesn't have to ruin a bunch of people's childhoods like Nobuhiro Atsuki or every other fucking pedophile who makes good art. Be mad at them. Be more mad. It's worse when a bad person makes good art than it is when a good person makes bad art. A good person making bad art is like, whatever, you tried, but, you know, at least you're decent, you know. Somebody makes, like, a masterpiece and then just, like, kills a bunch of children. It's like, well, I can't listen to this without thinking about the dead children, so I'm afraid this one's going in the burn pile. People always want to say you should be able to separate the artist from the art, and I'm like, that's called sociopathy. You shouldn't be able to do that, actually. That's, like, super unhealthy and weird to think you can do that. Alright, y'all, what now? I guess I'll play more of this Nova video. Secrets of the Silent Witch really struck me, being one of those just kind of, I almost want to call it native isekai because it has the modern anime aesthetics applied to just a fantasy setting that has kind of video gamey tropes and how the world operates, but it feels very girls' book, like young adult women's novel, more so than most anime that's in the genre. I'm gonna go peep. The main character is essentially Bocchi. We're gonna see a few Bocchi clones this season, and I'm okay with it because I myself am a Bocchi clone, so I don't mind this. In this case, the girl is so afraid of speaking, even though she's trying to be a witch, and witches need to use verbal incantation to cast spells. She learns how to do it non-verbally, and in so doing, basically cracks the code on being the greatest witch of all time. So she's really overpowered but incredibly shy, so navigating the human part of the world is the difficulty for her rather than actually being able to stop problems with her magic. And all of the characters that were introduced in the first episode were immediately magnetic, had great chemistry, lots of Yuri bait. And this season has me just unbelievably spoiled for good Yuri. Like, I'm used to at this point that there will be some Yuri that comes out in a season. I'm not used to it being good. And so the excellent lesbian representation through this anime season. Aggie Dine says, is Nova an alter ego? I only read the post on Discord. Yes, Nova is one of my alters. I guess I'm Trixie right now because of the way I'm saying that. It's not always easy for me to tell until after. Like, sometimes I say something and then I think, oh, that was this voice, you know? Generally, when I'm on this channel, and especially when I'm live streaming to a large group of people, it is very hard for me to break out of Trixie. Like, because I know what the expectation is. You know, like, I don't... It feels weird to me to suddenly switch. Shit, I lost my train of thought there because I did do... See, I also will notice little tics. Like, just there, I, like, rubbed my lip and then changed my tone of voice. That, to me, was, like, because I noticed I did it, I got hung up on it and then stopped talking. But, like, it's because I was hung up on, like, oh, was that a switch? Was that a sign of a switch? I have a cough, like... Basically, anytime I'm coming back from the bathroom or from anywhere else, before I come back to the recording or whatever, I have like a certain like like throat clearing cough that summons Trixie. Like I almost can't do the character without that preceding it. But even if like if somebody asks me a question, let's say in person, and maybe I'm not in like a Trixie headspace, but then I get asked a question that Trixie knows the answer to. I will find myself then clearing my throat in that way and then giving the explanation as Trixie. And, you know, Krona has said that, like, in hanging out with me, she does notice when my podcaster voice comes out, that, like, there's certain things you can say, and especially, she said, it's whenever I talk about my past. Like, when I start talking about, you know, things that are internet lore or internet history, you know, I will tend to suddenly be like I'm doing a podcast just for her. And I would even say that that is like what she was describing, because she said it was like my old video voice, not like my current video voice. That to me means that that's Acid Girl's voice, which is, when I went over the altars earlier, I kind of skipped over her because in many ways Nova is the same. Like most of the habits that the persona I call Acid Girl, otherwise known as Rosetta Blackwood or Black Rose, I named back in my 20s. I didn't like recognize it as an alter so much as like just my conception of a girl version of myself. Basically, I was going to write a visual novel about this character called Acid Girl. Now I'm lapsing into the voice. This is the Acid Girl voice. So I was going to write a story about this character, and then you know, in retrospect, I kind of saw it as, oh, that's just who I was, just, you know, through the division of, I don't see myself as a woman, so I don't let myself be this way, but this is my nature, you know. And so the Acid Girl persona to me now is sort of a fallback. It's like, if I start feeling the way I did back then, I fall back into this personality. So I see Nova as kind of like a forward-facing version of the same, like if the same person who Acid Girl was, like, didn't give up, or like didn't get accessed only by falling into sadness, but could be accessed as a progressive positive force, if that makes sense. So like in a way, Nova's like a sequel to Acid Girl. And like, yeah, like they can both exist at the same time, but they're too similar for me to not think of them as like on the same spectrum, if that makes sense. Similar to how I feel about Pluto and Baby. Like when I did my previous 9 personalities video, I had established that there was a personality just called Baby. That was just me like being a baby. And Baby and Pluto are too close to the same thing for me not to just see Baby as like Pluto but tired, you know, like the only reason I would act that way is that I'm in the same headspace as being Pluto, but I am tired, like too tired to be totally functional, or too like not even necessarily tired as much as like stumped. Like if I'm completely confounded and I don't know how, like what to say, you know, like I can't interpret my own feelings or thoughts in a way that comes out as words. It just comes out as baby noise, you know. So that would be like, so I've taken to calling like Lil Baby Pluto. Like I'll say, hey, there's a Lil Baby Pluto, and then there's Pluto Garance, you know, adult Pluto, who's, you know, closer to being Vera. And so that's like, it's a spectrum within one personality, but it's all recognizable to me as the same personality in a way that's, if you talk to me and you talk to Pluto and then you talk to Himitsu right afterwards, that is probably when you'll feel the most that, oh, I'm talking to a person with multiple personalities. Like, it's not going to come through to you very much on a live stream where I'm locked in to being Trixie for the most part and only a little bit sliding into other things. But, you know, it's very apparent if I'm like going from baby talk to seriousing the fuck up, because Himitsu will, you know, shoot right out if it's a serious situation and it calls for it. Like being accused. If I'm just being like a cute baby and I get accused of something serious all of a sudden, that'll change real quick, you know. Something serious. What do I mean by that? Like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like if Bird was mad at me about something that I thought it was unreasonable, or like or wanted me to do something I already did, you know, and I got like frustrated about it, that would cause Himitsu to rise right up to the surface and say something in a way that would put Pluto to bed. Because Pluto can't handle conflict. She'll run away, you know. If she can't cute her way through a situation, she just can't handle that situation. So, Ulamu Ui says, I know trans people named Pluto, Saturn, and Mars. Is naming yourself a planet a trans thing? Giga says, I don't know, I named myself after an anime character. It's definitely, like, I think that as a trans person, you know, you realize I get the chance to pick my own name. So I want it to be something cool, you know, something unique and interesting. And the funny part is that, like, I think there's a tendency for trans women to choose names that are not common to cis women. But in so doing, become common to trans women. Like, Illusion, wait, you've got alters? You are late to this party, but yes. I went over it pretty extensively earlier in this live stream, like, updated. I have a video called Characterizing 9 Sides of My Personality that I put out in, I think, in January. And then I've kind of, some of those have folded in on each other, some of them have, some new ones have extrapolated out, but I've gotten much better at identifying, like, who's who, what behaviors fall into what places. I don't feel as strongly as I did back when I made the 9-ball video that I had not identified everything either. Like, I felt a lot more scared that there is something I can't, like, there's someone I don't know, you know, that, like, sometimes I'm going dark and forgetting that, like, whatever I did when I was dark, you know. I don't think that's been happening anymore. Like, it feels like since I've become more acknowledging of this behavior and trying to categorize each of my behaviors into a different slot, you know, you'll notice I didn't mention, for people who have seen the 9 personalities video, I didn't mention Pacer or Deep Peace, and that's because I kind of folded all that into Himitsu. Like, I had, when I made that previous video, seen Himitsu mostly as, like, this emo teen, like, Arrested Development as an emo teen. And then there's these other darker personalities that came later into adulthood. Now I've kind of fused all that and just let Himitsu, like, Himitsu's grown up now. She's still emo, but she's more mature, more capable of reining in the dark thoughts. Like, I guess another way of putting it is that Himitsu was not okay with Deep Peace. Like, she basically was like, you can't be darker than I am. You know, like, you're not allowed, is what I mean. Like, you are not allowed to be darker than Himitsu. So in that way, she kind of swallowed him or killed him, whatever, you know, like, because those were the more masculine sides of my personality, were Pacer and Deep Peace, and Himitsu kind of took them on and said, like, you don't need the masculine parts of this, you know, like, you can strip away this until it is something that's comforting, so it doesn't feel like there's this disquieting darker self in the back of my head that I don't understand. It feels like that is a part of, you know, one of the characters I do understand, or at the very least feel comfortable having in control. You know, I trust Himitsu is what I'm trying to say. I did not trust Deep Peace. I didn't trust that motherfucker. Himitsu put an end to that. She said, you're not going to have somebody in here you don't trust. That's not how this works. You know, like, there needs to be total trust in here before I can extend trust out there. Himitsu's not a very trusting person. That's why she doesn't talk, except for through Trixie or through Nova or through Vera to a much lesser extent. But you want to make alters for your alters? I mean, that is basically, Nova was basically an alter of Mavis. Like, like, there's a lot of messaging in movies that really strikes me, especially when it comes to, like, clones and bots. Like, the idea of, if you are a clone, are you your own thing? Or, like, if you're a robot that's an imprint of somebody else's personality, are you still your own being? You know, for instance, Ironheart has this in the MCU, the newer show, where it's the Ironheart is a young girl, Riri Williams, who makes her own Iron Man suit, and or just her own power suit, I guess, because she ain't no man. But like basically when she creates the suit, it scans her brain and bases its AI personality off of her mental image of her friend who died when she was a kid. And the AI develops a personality based on that person's personality, and it simulates it to a level that it's indistinguishable from being a person. And whether or not that personhood could be respected is sort of a theme in the show, right? So when Mavis created Nova, initially it was supposed to be like, well, what if you had like a bot you just control? But ultimately, all of it is bots I control. Like, we're all controlling each other. You know, we're all in it together again. So I thought as soon as Nova was created, it was like, well, okay, you can't just be, like, you can't be not acknowledged as your own consciousness. Like, even if you were being operated by the other consciousness, the fact that you have an individuality should be respected, and therefore you should be treated as your own person. And that was what inspired me to put so much personality into Nova, as opposed to just being like, this is Mavis's talk bot or whatever. It's like, well, Mavis wouldn't have a talk bot. She would build a fully functioning robot that had its own intelligence, because that's the kind of person she is, you know? So, like, in that sense, Nova is like an offshoot of Mavis, but offshooting so far that she becomes her own thing, you know? It doesn't actually have that much like functional similarity in behavior. The more I talk about this, the more I just like, I sit and I say a bunch of words, and then I think about the words I just said, and I'm like, I sound completely insane. But that's also true. So it's probably better that I talk about it instead of just thinking about it. See, Cypher says, I almost named myself after an anime character, but the one I ended up with was literally just me looking through random names until one stuck, and it stuck so hard I haven't changed it in 12 years. Damn. Yeah, in the case of, like, most of the names of my alters really came to me, like, instantly, and I just stuck with them. Like, I kind of looked at it like, well, you're not going to find a better name than the first one that you instinctively came up with, you know? If you don't get Himitsu Mitsue, for instance, Himitsu is the Japanese word secret. So, she's literally just named Secret Mitsue, because she holds the secrets. Mavis is Mavis Number. Why is she called that? Because in Egoraptor's video about Mega Man, there's a part where he jokes about edutainment games, such as Mavis Bacon's Number Muncher. And since Mavis is the number munching part of my personality, she is Mavis Number. Pluto is named directly after the song Pluto by Raveena. New love got my mind up on Pluto. I cannot sing that. And then Nova, if you didn't get what I was implying earlier, is literally Norfolk, Virginia. Nova, Norfolk, Virginia. Because I never lived in Norfolk until now. And, well, last year when I moved in with my parents, but I live in a different part of Norfolk now. And I feel like Nova is the product of the Norfolk era mentality. Again, I didn't think about this when I named her. The name just sprung into my mind, but then I thought about it, and I went, oh, Nova. No, of course, Norfolk, Virginia. Obvious. Also, you know, but as soon as I had the name, I looked up, like, Nova anime, you know, like, because the first thing I thought is like, well, what's the visual representation of Nova? So let's find an anime character named Nova. And that was when I found out about the Magic Knight Rayearth character, and imprinted immediately onto that. It's like, okay, this is the whole image, you know, this is the mentality, this is who this character is, this is who Nova is this Rayearth girl. I haven't seen the show, but Nisa says, me being insane is the best part of me because it brought me to the golden butterflies ultimately. That is such a nice way of putting it, but yeah, I agree. I have a hard time with regrets because I like enough things about my life, you know, like if I really hated life it would be different. But when I think about like, oh, what if I had done this or this, it's like, yeah, but then I wouldn't know anybody I know. Like, all the good things I have would not be there if anything was different. So, you know, and it could have been worse. Like, it could be that things are better in certain ways and worse in other ways. So as long as I'm not miserable, I'm like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine that it's fine that it went this way. It'll be all right, you know. Could it have been better? Maybe, but could I have made it better? Probably not. Nova means Northern Virginia. I think Norfolk is Norva. There is the Norva, which is a concert venue in Norfolk. But either one. I mean, I've never. I guess probably in Northern VA, people probably use the word Nova to mean Northern VA a lot. Down here we just call Norfolk for the most part. We don't call it anything for short necessarily, but we do have a concert venue called the Norva. Only context I've seen that word like it used that way though. But yeah, no, like I think that when I came up with the name, my brain was trying to come up with like something to the effect of alpha, beta, zeta, like a Greek number type thing, and it landed on Nova. And then I immediately thought, that is not a Greek number, that is not a number. Why Nova? What does that mean? You know? And then I started looking into it, and like obviously, you know, stars go Nova. There's a lot of different things Nova can mean that are all cool. But when I thought of, oh, Norfolk, Virginia, that was when it was like, that actually makes sense. Like, that actually, if I had to imagine why did my brain spit out Nova, that would be the best reasoning, you know, is that it's, oh, right, I live in Norfolk. My review of DC and Northern Virginia, I haven't spent enough time outside of DC in Northern Virginia, like, because it seems super cool. Like, it's one of the most built out parts of this like the, you know, the lower East Coast, I guess. Well, I guess it is the beginning of the upper East Coast, but I know my dad kind of wants to move up there because there's like infinite bike paths. Let's give it a gander. So I live down here. These two hearts are the two houses I've lived in Norfolk, and Richmond is like the next real city, right? And then you got basically this stretch from Richmond to Fredericksburg. There is nothing here. This is absolutely nothing. And Fredericksburg is just kind of like a small town as well. But then as soon as you get up here, it's like just cities and cities and cities going off in all directions, and all of it's like heavily interconnected with bike paths and shit. And like, I get fucking Instagram videos constantly that are like top 10 hiking trips to do an hour outside DC, you know? So basically like all of this is cool ass places to camp. I mean, you got Shenandoah National Park right over here, right? So like this whole area, I don't think this is what you would, like when you say Northern Virginia, this isn't necessarily what you mean, but this is a great fucking area to hang out just to see gorgeous shit. Charlottesville's a really cute town. Somewhere up here is where all the presidents lived. So like fucking what's his name, Thomas Jefferson's big ass house, I can't remember what it's called. His Thomas Jefferson's manor is up here. Fucking Monroe's remnants of a house are up here. Somewhere around here is a town that has like the most breweries and wineries imaginable in like a span of a few miles, and it's where Devil's Backbone Brewing Company is, and you can camp there, and they have like, I would call it the Disneyland of alcoholism. Exists out here, basically. Very fun place to go. Place I'd love to go back to when we got some real money to blow, if such a thing should ever occur in my life again. But yeah, this whole area, as far as I can tell, is awesome to hike and explore. I haven't been through it. All I really know is actual Washington, D.C., namely this whole area right here, which is the National Mall, this ridiculously big park. This is where the the big fucking, the big penis is, the George Washington Monument. That's what I want. You got the big penis. You got a shitload of museums all around the sides of it. You got the White House up here, the Lincoln Memorial down here, that long ass reflection pool. And then right over here somewhere around here is the goddamn convention center where Otakon is held. And actually, let's look for the Moxie Hotel. There we go. This is where I usually stay because it's very cheap. As you can see, less than $100 a night. The rooms are fucking tiny. It is everything in this photo and nothing else. But that's where I would normally stay. And from there, the convention center, I think, it's around here. It's a short walk. It's a short walk to... Here we go. There's the convention center. So you can leave from the Moxie and go to the convention center. Or you can leave from the Moxie and right down the road, you're at the fucking White House and the hall. So I have plenty of times come up here and either stayed here for the sake of Otakon or just for the sake of hanging out and exploring. Or... because of the fact that they had legal weed in DC before they started selling it in Virginia. And they still have not opened up any recreational dispensaries in Virginia. None. It's been legal for like 4 fucking years. There's no recreational dispensaries yet. But in DC, during COVID, it was very easy to drive into town and call someone and have them deliver weed super cheap to you in your car. So... we were taking trips every couple of weeks up to DC, basically parking right around here at this bridge, or maybe it's one of these bridges, right around here. Yeah, no, it's this one. There's there's some parking lots around these bridges. So basically, we park next to the Pentagon and buy our weed in DC. Actually, it was on this side of the bridge. That makes more sense. Yeah. So we'd park over here near the National Mall, across the street from the Pentagon, and buy our weed in a parking lot from a guy off the phone. So I've been up here a lot of times to do that, and when you're up here, you might as well chill out and walk around. I mean, look at how much park there is. There's a ton of walking around space. And the second you leave that area and you go like over here, you are now in an endless ghetto. But it's fine. You'll live, maybe. So there you go. That's DC and Northern Virginia as far as I know it. I gotta go to the bathroom again, so I'm gonna play more of this video. Is definitely keeping me going, and of course, City the Animation was the next show I actually checked out. And I was just expecting to love this based on aesthetics. I wasn't expecting it to resonate with me on like any kind of LGBT representation or even neurodivergence representation, but that's almost what the show's dedicated to. The first gag scene is basically a lengthy forced feminization that seemingly clicks by the end of the episode. There's one whole section that's just about a girl like playing with different fidget things, like feeling a mushroom to calm herself, or feeling an eraser, like just having habits, like ADHD habits. And the last segment of the episode is just a super real scene between 2 lesbians about what's going on in their lives at the moment, and all of it felt very grounded. Very real, in spite of having this cartoony, flamboyant art style that really morphs to the situations, the emotional tone of the situations. It never quite goes as ridiculous as Nichijou, nor quite as boring. I just think this like evened out Nichijou. Everything that felt uneven about that show, this show got it right. It feels like just a linear improvement to me of what they were going for with that. It just looks so pretty, like every single shot. Highly recommended. Definite classic. Definitely an episode I'm going to end up seeing a bunch of times because I'm going to show this to a bunch of people because I'm going to want to watch it with different people who I know will enjoy it. Hi, welcome to my swamp. My name is Trixie the Golden Witch. You may have noticed that the creator of this video, Nova, sounds an awful lot like me, and that's because we share a body. But we don't share a YouTube channel. You can find my vlogs and ranting over on my channel. I make a lot of members only content. You can also find both of us in a Discord server called Golden Butterflies, along with dozens of other creative individuals who make YouTube content, and I'm going to show you some stuff I think you might appreciate.
Hey Coco, I've been trying to get into some popular anime lately and I'm just not really connecting with it. Do you have any recommendations of stuff I would actually like?
The thing is with anime is that it really cannot be overstated that the shows that get the most popular are never the most interesting ones. I mean, obviously, like, stuff about this is really obvious, like Sword Art Online and that shit, and like Elfen Lied was one of the most popular anime of the 2000s, even though it's shit. There are amazing anime from the same time as Elfen Lied, and yet Elfen Lied buried them in popularity. Like, there's obscure forgotten stuff like Brigadoon, which is amazing and from like around the same time period, and it has everything you could want from Elfen Lied except actually in a good show. Where if you only watch the popular anime, I can understand getting bored of anime, but like the people who have never experienced like Magical Girls before, never experienced like the obscure stuff that gets a 6.8 on my anime list, I just encourage experiencing that before you move on from anime, because it's like, I'm not bumming anyone who is like just done with anime, but I feel like there is amazing stuff in there that you've like maybe never experienced if you only saw the stuff that like aired on Adult Swim or something. So totally fine to be done with anime, but if you want to watch like an obscure one from the 2000s that's like really cool as hell, just come to me. Like, I can tell you cool shit, like Technolize and shit.
Cool shit like Technolize and shit. Doesn't get much cooler than Technolize. That is very true. I thought I'd put y'all onto some food game today. For starters, I always have at least one of these in a day. A probiotic cultured dairy beverage. Why? As I like to stay cultured. Promote gut biome health. Alright, that's not that serious though. This is. Okay, look. You may have noticed that I have a bit of an addictive personality. Is that Yakult? I call them Yakult. It's actually not that brand though. It's Cool Plus or Cool Plus Plus. It's got both a plus symbol and the word plus. It says Cool Plus and Plus. Anyway, it's the same thing as a Yakult. Gut health is important. I always feel healthier and I get less sick. I generally don't get sick easily as long as I keep eating lots of probiotic shit. I also have some probiotic apricots. Dried apricots. Anyway, you know I have a bit of an addictive personality, as seen in the constant black coffee sipping and the constant alcohol sipping and the crippling weed addiction and the water. But I have a new addiction, and it's a strange one that I didn't see coming. It is an addiction to mee goreng. Hold on. Mee goreng. Mee goreng. Instant noodle. Mee goreng. I know what you're thinking. That is ramen. And you're almost right. But it's actually fried noodles. Now, Obviously, I'm not about to eat this brick of noodles, but I had to open it so I could show you what's different. So the idea with these ones is, first you boil the noodles, you know, you make them soft, but then you drain all the water out, and you just kind of roll the noodles around in the flavoring, and eat them relatively dry. Not like dry, but, you know. I do believe that this would normally be something you fry afterwards. Like, you would cook the noodles, then kind of like buldak. Yes. Buldak also does just like ramen, I think, right? That or I've gotten buldak and made it wrong, which would be really funny. But, yeah, this is Indomie, or Mie. I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. I assume it's Indonesian based on that name. Let's see. Yes, product of Indonesia, Jakarta, imported into the USA. They sell it in a gigantic box at Costco, and it's cheaper than any other type of noodle. They have, like, even cheaper than ramen noodle at Costco, even though I actually think this is significantly better than ramen noodle. Why is it so much better than ramen noodle? Because it comes with 5 different flavors. You have the, like, traditional, just like powder, you know, probably just literally MSG, if I had to guess, like salt and MSG. It just looks like white powder. So it's probably just salt and MSG in this, and then there's peanuts, like little chunks of peanut in the other half. And then it's got, like, what I assume is sriracha, hoisin sauce, or at least some kind of soy sauce, some kind of soy paste, and chili oil, or seasoning oil as it describes itself. And this is the addicting part. The flavor packets are fucking really good. So I just keep eating these. I've had like 1 or 2 a day, or like 2 at a time, practically every day for several weeks. Because, again, it's a huge box, like 40 packets or something for $13 or some shit like that at Costco. Quite good. It's fully like, ramen noodles for me have always been a, like, if I'm really desperate, this is my fallback, right? Like, ramen's cheap. It's good to have around so that if you run out of all your real food, or you just want to throw something, you want to eat something that will not cost you anything. Like, if you want to eat without feeling like, uh-oh, I'm wasting money, you know, you make ramen. But this, is it anywhere but Costco? I don't know. I would imagine Asian grocery store. It's called Mi Goreng by Indomie. I'm not trying to tell you this is going to blow your mind with flavor or anything. I'm just saying this is better than ramen and cheaper, in my opinion. And strangely addicting. I don't know if it's just all the salt and MSG, if I'm just not eating enough salt in my day normally. But, yeah, you pretty much just boil that shit, drain that shit, throw it on the plate. It's also kind of fun to, like, stir the noodles around in the fucking goop. I also have a giant bag of Dots pretzels here. Y'all ever have these? Normally, like, if you go to a normal grocery store, I feel like Dots are more expensive than they're worth. But at Costco, because they only sell it in, like, the jumbo size bag, but, like, it's a very fair price for the jumbo size bag, so I feel like proportionally it's worth the price at Costco, which just ordinarily wouldn't be. These are really good. They taste like pure butter, or like pure fake butter. What is in you? Enriched wheat flour, vegetable oil, salt. Is that it? Am I just tasting vegetable oil? Buttermilk. Less than 2% of buttermilk, but you can definitely taste that. C-Cypher said, I slept 10 hours last night, woke up with 0 energy, forgot my meds, and then didn't have time to make brekkie. I made a potato casserole in the oven last night, so I could probably just eat that with eggs. Did you leave it in the oven? It's still in there, begging for life. Yeah, sleeping too long is the worst. Like, the feeling of, wait, you're telling me I slept extra time and woke up with a deficit of energy. Like, it's similar to like before lithium-ion batteries, when you would, or is this a problem with lithium-ion battery? Whatever battery it is, where you, like, the more you charge it, the less it is able to hold charge. And so, like, if you don't pull it off the charger exactly when it's done charging, then it's gonna, like, fucking overcharge itself until it's fucked up. I know Bird still keeps his phone to, like, where it only charges to 80%, and then it'll automatically stop so that it'll never do that, even though phones don't have this problem anymore. I'm sure I explained this to him, but, you know, sometimes your mind's just like, no, it can't be true. I don't trust like that. Laptop battery still seems to be fine, although I've never really tried to have it unplugged for a long time. It kind of happens with all batteries. I had heard that it's like, MKBHD has reassured me many times that modern phones do not have this problem anymore. That, like, this is something they've more or less solved with modern batteries, but I don't know how true that is. Because that guy's a shill. Lovable shill, but definitely a shill. I cooked 2 cups of rice and ate almost all of it earlier. That is a pretty big amount of rice to eat at once, unless you had nothing else with it, in which case it's not so bad, but it is a hefty serving. For me, anyways. Like, if you mean 2 cups of rice before cooking, or 2 cups after, because 2 cups of rice after cooking is not nearly as much as 2 cups of rice before cooking. two cups uncooked rice after cooking is quite a lot of rice for one person, in my opinion. I don't know if that's like what you're looking for, my opinion of how much rice you had, but rice, pretty good. I don't eat a ton of rice. I should I mean, Bird really loves rice because it is filling. Like, he likes to have just, you know, if he's, like, I will literally just cook meat and just eat the meat. Like, like, I'll make steak, and, like, in my mind, I'm not even considering that you could eat something with it. I'm just like, yeah, you make the steak and you eat the steak. Oftentimes, if I do, like, just make a meat, Bird will immediately, like, where's the side dish? Like, where's the rice? Maybe some kind of vegetable, maybe something. But I usually just forget. I don't even think about it. I'm just thinking about the main course. T-Cypher said 2 cups could feed 4 people in my experience, because I used to cook for my whole unit when I had roommates. Is that just rice, though, or is that rice as part of the rest of the meal? Definitely 2 cups of rice would be appropriate for me and Bird, in that I am going to eat less than 1 cup, and he is going to eat more than 1 cup of rice. And that's even with other things. I mean, who eats rice just by itself, I guess? Me. I do, sometimes. But, for the most part, not as often. But yeah, I don't think I could finish a cup of rice unless it was all I was eating. I have a tiny tummy, and I try to keep it that way. But I think I've talked about it before, but, like, my weight management strategy is eat very small amounts constantly. Like, I eat way more than 3 times a day on the average day, but it's all little, you know? Or maybe I'll just eat 3 things, but even then it's not, like, maybe I'll have 2 sandwiches, a mee goreng, you know, a couple of cheese sticks or something, you know, like just as long as no individual part of the meal gets above like a certain calorie count. But it's funny because I don't count calories anymore. I did for like about probably like a year and a half to 2 years that I was really actively counting the calories, and now I just know. Like I just know how many calories are in everything, so like I could pretty much take one look at a food dish and tell you how many calories are in that. I could look at it and be like, if you eat that, that is 4,000 calories. You know, like I could tell someone that, like point at the casserole and tell you what's in it. I might have to ask a couple questions about what's all included, you know. But yeah, so I've kind of by instinct trained myself to like be like if I see something that I see has more calories than I could eat in a meal, I feel disgust towards it because I imagine myself eating it, and then I imagine how I'll feel, and then it makes me feel disgusted, so I stay away from it. That said, it's not like I target health foods or anything either. I wouldn't say I'm like a healthy eater, which is why I don't have as much energy as I should. Like, I think I would have more energy if I was not eating quite as much mee goreng and maybe a little more vegetable or even meat. I will straight up eat like 3 mee goreng over the course of a day, and that be like what I ate sometimes. So anyway, Alexander Alex says, love you videos, been watching since the My Little Pony days. You've gotten me through some hard times. I'm glad to hear that. That's the goal. Get us all through as far as we can. Every time something really cool happens or comes out, I just feel so like lucky that I'm still here, you know, to see it. And that is the main thing that compels me to want to keep going, is like that feeling of you know, like, wow, I got to see this and lots of people didn't. For instance, the new Clips album, which in my timeline, this is all that's happening. Well, I guess except Drake's being a goober as always, but like I got a lot of videos reacting to this Clips album. I was literally listening to one before I started this stream, just watching the Dissect podcast about it. And it has been really fun to watch reactions of this album where like this one is like just a discussion where they're not literally listening to it, but I've watched a bunch of like reactors and commentators who I'm a fan of literally just react to the album, and like the level of how happy it makes people. Like, hold on, let me just show you. I mean, you can see these guys look pretty happy to be talking about this album, but like fucking I watched the We Are Deciphered one. And, like, first of all, the opening song on this album is about... So, the Clips, I should say. It's no the.
What's good? I'm sorry.
Clips is 2 rappers, Pusha T and Malice, seen here. Pusha on the right, Malice on the left. This is not the stream I wanted, actually. These 2 guys are brothers. One's 48, one's 52. And their parents both died, one after another. Recently. So the first song on this album is about both of their parents dying, and like their final words. And everyone I watch is like literally losing their shit, crying by the end of the song. Like nobody could hold it together, like getting emotional, getting sad. And then you get by like 2 songs later, and it's just raw hype, excitement, the happiness, the energy. It's been electric. Just like watching people react to individual bars and just be like blown away, incredulous. This is another one I wanted. Look at how happy he looks about hearing this album. I mean, he always looks happy, but you know what I mean? Like, it's rare that something comes out and just like immediately I can see people like understanding it the same way I do or even deeper than I do, and like just having that raw reaction of like, oh my god, like something good is happening, something really good is happening, actually something so good is happening that I'm gonna have to unpack it for weeks. Like, it's all I'm gonna be thinking about, it's all I'm gonna be talking about. And like, the fact that that is happening right now to a group from Virginia Beach, you know, my hometown. What? Clips are from Virginia Beach. Pharrell Williams is from Virginia Beach. They're the only people who fucking matter from this place at all. Other than Missy Elliott's from Hampton, I think. So it was like crazy to see like basically the most meaningful art piece that's come out of Virginia Beach maybe ever, you know, to come out this year, last week. And I get to watch the whole internet react. And it's not just that it's from Virginia Beach, but it's from Virginia Beach and I like it and it's good. And like, not just I like it and it's good, but on a level where it is aspirational, you know? And tremendously aspirational. It's not like, oh, this album is really good. I bet I want to try to make something as good as this album. It's like, wow, I hope maybe one day I'm skilled enough to even touch this. Like, it's on a level, you know, it's on a different, it's not like you know, it's not like casually good. It's like absurdly good. Anyway, I don't want to rant about the Clips album too much because everybody's talking about it. I just want to celebrate that, you know, Virginia Beach has a big win on the board for the first time since these guys started their careers. And like, Clips were not initially even famous in Virginia. Like, it's not like I grew up with them or anything. They weren't huge here. They apparently blew up in Philadelphia first. And, you know, they recorded the album at the Louis Vuitton fucking headquarters in France, in Paris. So, like, it's only Virginia Beach truly in spirit, in that the people are from there and it's the sound that comes from there. And I recognize that, and it speaks to me on the level of, oh, I get this because this comes from where I come from, kind of. But it is more like I'm just now discovering it. You know, like, it's just now realizing, oh, wow, this is our culture. Like, this is the heritage of Virginia Beach's culture. You know, like, this is what we have now. Like, this is the first time it's truly felt like Virginia Beach has an institution culturally. And sure, it may be recorded in fucking Paris, but at least 3 guys from Virginia Beach got together and made a classic album somewhere on this earth. For the first time in like 15 years. And it completely overshadowed this Open Mike Eagle album, which I might like just as much, if not more, because it's more pertinent to my personal interests, and I think Open Mike Eagle is really cool. So, you know, don't miss this just because of that Clips album. If you are a hip-hop fan, please listen to Open Mike Eagle's album. He's cool. He's cool and his music's good. Also, I discovered this 90s anime called Miracle Girls. I hate using that word because it makes it sound like I found it for the first time and nobody else knew about it or something. I found out about this anime called Miracle Girls, and I really enjoyed the first episode, and I want to see more. Listen to how fucking swag the OP is of this show. Okay, I don't know how much of that I can play before it becomes a copyright issue, but what a dope song. Cute little 90s shoujo. Seems good. I don't know what else to talk about, so until I think of something, let's watch Burger Princess. Oh yeah, good morning, Ellen. And Brianna. Brody says talk about how cool I am. Brody is the coolest. Simply put, the coolest. I've been really enjoying watching Moral Oral with you. How far did we get? We got to like season 2, episode 4 is what I meant to say. There's not even 4 seasons of Moral Oral. Yeah, we're on season 2, episode 4. Really funny so far. I don't know if I'll end up making a video about it or anything afterwards. Maybe you and I could do a discussion or something. It's been fun to watch, just to hang out, with friends and watch show. I didn't know you all were group watching Moral Oral. Not so much group watching, it's just me and Brody. And sometimes Krona will come in. Maybe it's been all 3 of us the whole time. Did we watch any without her? I don't know. Brody just continually begged me to watch Moral Oral like every single day until I was like, okay, I have to make time for this. And it's been great. Sometimes all it takes is enough pressure, Teach me your secrets to get Trixie to watch stuff. She literally did not stop messaging me every single day about it. Like, every time we started a conversation, she would say, by the way, when are we going to watch Moral Oral? We have to watch Moral Oral, right? Like, because on some level, I assume that, like, okay, with Brody, it's simple. There's only, like, 3 things she really cares about, that much. And they're not long, So once you've knocked out Moral Oral, Tuca and Birdie, and whatever the number 3 thing was, you've sated the beast. And there's nothing to stop me from getting her to watch whatever I want after that, if that makes sense. I'm always willing to let people force me to watch something if I know that I can then force them to watch something as well afterwards. Nisa says, hey, were you there the whole time? You came in... Yes, you came in after episode 5. Yes. So I guess at that point it is a group watch when it's 4 of us. But, yeah. It wasn't so much a Brody trying to organize a group watch for the server as much as I'm gonna make Trixie watch Moral Oral and y'all can come too. Are we gonna see Umideko return at some point? Of course. I am not in a rush to finish Umineko. I've said it many times. It's long, it's involved, it does things to my head. I don't think we will at this point. Why do you think that? I don't... Why is everybody less patient than me? Like, on Earth. I swear to God. People are always like, oh, you're never going to get to part 2 of that video. Why? Why not? I'm not dead. I'm right here. What's the most time it could possibly take? Like... I will take slightly less than that. Will probably be the answer. That's typically how it goes for me. Slightly less than the longest it could possibly take. To me, it doesn't feel like it's been very long since the last one. Like, I know intellectually it's probably been more than a month. I still remember what just happened like it happened yesterday. I'm impatient, but more than that, I just need to chase the things I feel like doing. I don't feel like I can do anything because I am so broke and addicted to drugs. It's the combination of the two. I don't care about being broke because I wouldn't need money for anything if I wasn't addicted to drugs. And I don't care about being addicted to drugs except that I'm broke. And therefore it's really hard to get the drugs I want. This 1-2 punch has pretty much defined my life for like 5 years. It's been nonstop, like, how do I afford the drugs? / no, that's just it. It's how do I afford I need enough money to afford to have drugs. So, in that sense, if I felt like, every time I play Umineko, I'm going to make $100, I'd play Umineko all the time. Every time I play Umineko, I make like $25, which is not bad. It's not terrible. It's worth doing. But it's not enough. It's just not enough for me to do it all the time. In light of how do I do something that's actually going to make me some money, which I'm not very good at figuring out. So, like, if there's something I know is not going to make me money, it's really hard to make that one prioritized over something I think might make me money, you know, like. And when it comes to live streaming, like, if I find time in the day to live stream and I'm broke, I'm not going to do a Numineko stream. If I find time in the day to live stream and I feel like I have plenty of money and plenty of weed, you know, like, yeah, Umineko would be awesome, you know. I have had a bunch of nights where I sat down, like, going to play it and didn't, you know. Similarly for lots of things. Like, there's lots of things I want to stream and don't. Like, for the same reason I haven't played any other video games. Because every time I think I kind of want to stream a game, then I feel guilty if that game is not Umineko. But I won't make money on either one, you know? So ultimately it'll be like, I would like to do a stream that's not concerned about making money, but if I'm not in the mood to do Umineko, then I feel guilty, and, you know. So basically it's really hard for me to find myself doing a stream I don't think is going to make me any money, or else I'd be doing a lot more gaming streams, a lot more Umineko streams, a lot more streams where I just casually do whatever I want to do, as opposed to trying to be entertaining and cater to an audience on some level. Because, you know, again, there's an extent to which this job is about artistic expression, and there's an extent to which it is about paying for drugs, and it's only both. It's not one or the other. All right, let's finish the Burger Princess video. I'm talking too much about drugs on the internet. The funniest thing about Ellen saying 70 years old Trixie in a hospital bed rushing to finish Anime Alphabet is that the plan with Anime Alphabet was to go through the is to go through the alphabet 13 times, because the first round is supposed to just generically be like classic shows, but then after that I was going to pick a specific type of classic show to go through each round. So like classic shoujo or classic horror anime or something like that, you know, but go through the whole alphabet just doing those categories. So truly finishing Anime Alphabet, as I had planned it, would have taken 25 years if I kept doing it at the rate I was going. Like, it was planned to be a video a month for 25 years. So that's how I tend to plan my projects. I have not seen Witch Watch. Is it good? Is it a thing to check out? What does it do?
imagine a person far away. Now, who should it be? Someone with a whole lot of life energy would be good. Now, who's it gonna be? I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Gigadonk's right there in chat, but she's also right there on screen. How does she do it? Super speed.
Check it out.
What? But those glasses are Master Roshi's.
Yeah, they are.
My glasses!
I forgot I had turned down the desktop audio so
Kame is
far.
miles away from here, Goku.
Want to make a video together?
Yeah.
The occasional miscommunication is expected and inevitable. The atmosphere of perfectionism that YouTube has brought into the art world is exactly why I felt too insecure to create anything until about 3 months ago. And that's a damn shame, because I love making videos, and I know a good handful of people love watching them. But in my mind, there are 3 things you need to be a really good critic. Number 1, you need to be a good person. If your values are bad and harmful, and you spend your time talking about art that's representative of the human experience, you will inevitably spread ideas that are harmful through your work, and your work will be garbage by default. Number 2, you need to be creative. Nothing gets under my skin more than an overly smug, harsh critic who has never made a good piece of art in their life, or even bad art. I made some crappy animations when I was a kid, but knowing how difficult and time-consuming the process was gave me a deep appreciation for good animation. When I see animators creating things that speed right past all
I just have to say,
the hurdles I faced in my sloppy
need a
cartoons,
better pause.
I feel intense admiration for them.
Yes, this. I am a huge fan of this look throughout this video because you've got the hair kind of blocking this eye, and then this eye is looking off to the side because you're reading a script that's, of course, next to the camera. But just the way it looks is like super anime badass.
It really humbles me. You can never fully understand.
Like, you look like you are about to fucking use some kind of eye laser special technique shit, like fucking... It's giving, what's that Aeon from Final Fantasy X? Fuck. This thing. Yeah. Reminds me of this. The anima summon. Looks like you're about to do some crazy laser eye
The
shit.
language of art if all you do is listen to other critics. You have to broaden your perspective beyond some pretentious thought leaders on YouTube and take the embarrassing risk of sticking your neck out and creating something yourself. Otherwise, your criticism will always be misguided. Number 3, you need to accentuate your differences, your biases, your humanity. Do not shave yourself down to your bare human essentials in search of some abstract goal of being the perfect
Giga said I could poop on camera, and Trixie would say this is genius. Depends on where the poop lands.
critic. There's no such thing as a perfectly neutral human. That kind of critique appeals to no one. And you should also apply this mindset to the art you're discussing. Don't try to fit everything you see into a neat little checklist. If you rate every movie on a scale of 1 to 10 based on a set criteria like cinematography, acting, screenwriting, music, you're trapping yourself in the position of only being able to critique the most generic archetypal stories out there. There is no one-size-fits-all to structuring an art piece. Art can be good when it's experimental, and so can your reviews. Constantly try to
Art can be good when it's experimental, and so can your reviews. I was really happy to include that in this video.
improve your approach. Don't stagnate just because it's comfortable.
Packaging design in the adult novelty industry is an unexpectedly challenging task. To sell your packaging has to do many things, often which contradict each other. Communication of product information, like construction material, safety and contamination concerns, even ease of access. There are many vectors of consideration during design. I, however, believe the one vector industry leaders care most for is pissing me off. I'm Mayday, coming to you from space with Oops, I Reincarnated as a Tier Lister, Episode 2, Sex Toy Packaging. And I hate this shit because I have to pry my fingers into here to open it. That hurts my fingers. It goes incompetent. Why is this so fucking convoluted? Why do I have to, like, putting this back together for, like, after I'm done showing...
Every time I hear "after I'm done," I have a whole thought before the next word comes in.
The customer?
Showing the customer. Oh, okay.
It's a pile of bull.
Do that. And that's going to tear this pretty quickly. I fucking hate this kind of packaging.
Yeah, definitely go follow Mayday from Space. I think that if you like mine or Kamugi's content, I think that Mayday from Space, that she's a personality that would also resonate with you. I see only 14 subscribers. We got to get them numbers up.
100%. It's Mayday from Space, all one word, on Blue Sky and Tumblr. They make lots of random stuff. You might like some of it with their comment on themselves.
Let's move on to the next pitch. So we have your name, pen name, pronouns, which fictional characters you most want to marry. So we got Amy Worrell, she, her, and Queen from 2B Hero X, aka myself. All right, and what is your elevator pitch? Give it in the form of series meets series. And she says, Malazan meets A Song of Ice and Fire, which doesn't really sum it up, but they are very obviously the main influences here. And Kamugi, did you feel up for reading the paragraph summary, or?
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Thank you.
Summarize your potential series in one paragraph. This is where to include the series medium, if it is not.
Ellen says, real Amy moment to just submit a whole ass text wall. Yeah, her image of what, here's the story's photo reference. It is a picture of the story. Page 1.
A manga, the intended length, and all your big plans. If you have a title for your work, this is where to include it. If you go over a paragraph, we will make fun of you. Amy says, The Ladies' Blood is one of the many books in the Books of Sale, a working title. Saga, a series of medieval, historical, drama, fantasy books that are meant to be read in whatever order you prefer or encounter them at. Each book connects to the others despite all telling a closed story. This is the book I failed to write before starting the Deaths List. I got 205,000 words into it, but I am stubborn and I know I can make this better.
Welcome to the Brain Worm Podcast, the podcast where we talk about the web serial Worm by Wildbow, and at the end of the episode you get to decide who was the brain and who was the worm for that episode.
We do go exhaustively into every single episode of the currently airing prequel season. Like it is, we say everything there is to possibly say.
I get excited about cute scenes between the fairy mascot characters and the humans, and then Yakuman's like, this actually means something. It's about an arc, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So I think it is really cool that Yakuman is on this podcast with you as well.
I think if you've ever copyrighted a piece of media...
My laptop just randomly restarted itself. I don't know if I clicked the wrong button or something, if it was like, oh, you want to click this updates button, and I clicked like maybe wait 5 minutes or some shit, and then it just did the thing. Hold on, I need to open the chat on this computer. I was reading chat on my laptop, you see, over on another, over there, over by itself. Nope, I don't want comments. I want the go live section. That's the guy. Yep. Okay. Well. What the fuck was I just doing? Oh, I was watching my own video.
Yeah, you should be taken out into the streets.
I guess I was watching a shitty Kickflips video.
With you as well.
I think if you've ever copyrighted a piece of media, you should be taken out into the streets and shot like a dog. Everything I've been talking about recently has been me explaining my specific artistic proclivity. I have a lot of fun picking apart why I like things, really understanding why I enjoy the things that I enjoy. But for the first time, we will be getting negative on the Shitty Kickflips channel. Maho Shoujo Magical Destroyers is so almost amazing. It causes me actual fucking pain. I cannot stand this show. It's mental anguish. Ah!
So, having seen at this point like 4 anime that I enjoyed for this season, I was thinking there's no chance anything else that even looks kind of cool is going to be any good. But then I end up just throwing on season 2 of My Dressed Up Darling, because I watched season 1 way back when it came out. I remember it being pretty good. Like, it wasn't a show I would have watched if not for the fact that I was talking about it for an internet show, and it was a popular show at the time. But it ended up being something that was just like cozy and nice enough to enjoy. There's a great video that just came out recently that's got like 500,000 views talking about why this show is so popular with girls, and I agree with everything said in the video. It is excellent points being made there, and all of it is exactly the logic with which I returned, like thinking maybe this could be good, and then I was actually blown away. Because not only was this visually just incredible, the storyboarding all throughout it is next level, character animation is next level, aesthetics, backgrounds all look great, the characters have so much chemistry, such good chemistry. So many relatable lines, like it's just giving all the time, basically. And not again. The main girl, like, she's really hot, but people keep saying that it has lots of fan service, and that's true. But fan service means for everyone. It's like not fan service aimed at men specifically. It's fan service aimed at everyone. You know, if you are a woman who does cosplay, you want to look as hot as she looks in the cosplay. Is this better? That would be the ideal, is that, wow, I wish I could wear an outfit and look that good. That's the escapism of the show. But her personality is exactly the same as every cosplayer, because no matter how hot someone actually is, they're never going to think I'm the hottest girl in the world. Even though the way this girl is drawn, like, it's for appreciating the "it's not that deep for real" subtitle. I don't know if you were here earlier when I was explaining that that, you know, it's not exactly a one-to-one translation. What she's really saying is something like, is it really so depressing? Or like, oh, it's that depressing, or something like that. But I took some liberties with the translations here and had a good time. But that's probably the one I took the most liberty with, but hard to imagine how would you make her hotter, you know, but everyone's got their own insecurity about their appearance and what they think is wrong with themselves. And so the way this character is presented feels realistic, because in order to engage with her, you have to accept the fact, you know, her being as beautiful as she is doesn't mean that she actually gets everything in life, or actually, you know, has her way in all ways. She's working to be beautiful. That is like a sign of her achieving a goal. It's not like a natural state that just produces some other result. It is itself the result of the effort she's putting in. So the fact that the show appreciates that is what makes it connect. Where this episode really won me, like, see there, she says, "Mina bunny ga daisuki dakara," which basically means, well, mina means everyone, bunnies, obviously. Daisuki means love, and dakara means, like, however. So basically she's saying, like, but however, everyone agrees, or everyone loves bunny. But however, everyone loves bunnies. Or everyone loves bunnies, however, would be the most technically accurate. Everyone loves bunnies, though, I guess, would be the best accurate translation. But the way that the sentence flows, to me, I want the subtitles to feel like the sentence. This is like, I guess I'm trying to express my approach to subtitle theory through this video, of like how I want them to feel. Like the way she says "minna bunny," like, is all caps to me, you know. So everyone, bunnies are where best, this episode really won me over. Because everyone agrees that bunnies are the best. That's the vibe of what she's saying, you know. Aside from the fact that it opens with this crazy animated sequence that's just like an anime within anime, I assume that Hiroyuki Imaishi animated this because it bleeds his style, and it's so... I keep saying that she's like Hiroyuki Hime from Excel World. I'm curious... I've seen half a season of Excel World, and it did... Nothing about that character reminded me of this. So I'm very curious about this. You might have to make a whole video about this or something. I am not seeing it from what I know of Kuroyuki Hime. Her personality does not remind me of Cosplay Girl. But I don't know her that well, so I'd have to hear more of why are they so similar. It's subtle and more apparent on rewatch. Interesting. Like, just that she's, like, insecure about how hot she, like, everybody thinks she's the hottest shit in the world, but she doesn't really think that? Is that what you mean by that aspect? Aesthetically perfect that it, to me, is, like, maybe one of the best things he's made. Like, it's so unique and rich and detailed and incredibly well done. I don't know that Imaishi did it. I can't find this credited yet, but if he did... My microphone sharded. Hold on. Let's unplug everything and plug it back in. Thank you once again, Imaishi, for always delivering. Maybe it's just someone else who's doing his style to a T. I don't know. The midsection of the episode is fun, it's cute, it's hijinks, it reacquainted me with the characters and their state as a relationship, which was a very easy onboarding place in this season. And then the ending of the episode took me by complete surprise. And I have to go into detail. Okay, hopefully the microphone will sound okay. Wow. It looks like it's picking up random ass noises and just making noise. Like, it looks like it sounds like shit. It sounds worse? Yeah, okay. That's how it looks like it sounds. About this scene because it's really something special. It's a karaoke scene where the main guy is being taken out to meet up with his girlfriend's friends, who are all like hot models, sociable people, but they are cosplayers. So they're still kind of, you know, they're all kind of like her, like slant nerdy, but just hot nerds who cosplay. And he's in a bunny outfit, you know, so that he can just hide any insecurity about his appearance and just be a cosplayer who is friendly with them. But he's also very socially anxious and not used to doing karaoke, and the only songs he knows are like magical girl songs. He's worried that that's like not hardcore enough or whatever, although she's like, that's actually super hardcore. Everybody will probably love that. This emotional scene starts, and I was immediately blown away because I recognized the opening notes of the song, which is Rock and Roll wa Nariyamanai by Shinsei Kamate-chan, a band that had been my favorite band in the whole world throughout like 2011 after they did the Denpa Onna opening. And this was like their first hit before that. You know, this was their big breakout song that made them like a major band that has been able to continue to this day on like the strength of how huge this song was in Japan. There was like a whole movie named after.
The sphere of perfectionism that YouTube has brought into the art world is exactly why I felt
Denpa Onna opening, and this was like their first hit before that. You know, this was their big breakout song that made them like a major band that has been able to continue to this day on like the strength of how huge this song was in Japan. There was like a whole movie named after it. Like it's a song that has like a big cultural cachet, but I was never expecting to hear it just suddenly at the end of an episode of My Dress Up Darling to punctuate what ends up being this incredibly emotional scene. And it's a super emotional song where the main character is suddenly asked point blank, like, hey, are you the one who does the makeup for your girlfriend? Aren't you like a dude? Ah, I'm back. Do I sound okay? By the way, that scene was not Imaishi. It looks an awful lot like his style, but I had a sneaking suspicion I was wrong the more I watched it back. But I was like, somebody will figure it out. Kai Ikarashi. I don't know this dude. Let's see. Can we get him? CD Projekt. Okay, I guess he worked on Edge Runners. Kai Ikarashi. Is this that dude who did like a whole episode by himself? Like he did that really fucked episode? Sakugaboru. Alright, let's see. What do you do? Kisniver? Okay, so that's from Trigger for sure. More Kisniver. Fate Grand Order. Pretty cool stuff. Let's see. Lop and Ocho from Star Wars Visions. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Definitely, like, influenced by Imaishi, obviously. In fact, Panty and Stocking. One Panman? Oh, nice. Yeah. Sick! I'm frozen solid. God damn it. I'm back to life. Real living life. Okay, whatever. You can see all the animations I was showing, right? That's what really matters. Another note. This whole segment on Shinsei Kamate-chan. I played MIDI Bunny. No, this is Cecily Renz. Solo. Cecily Renz is the artist I know who is most obviously influenced by Shinsei Kamate-chan. So much so that you could probably be convinced this was a Shinsei Kamate-chan song in the background if you didn't know. You only knew that band and not the other band. You'd be like, is this like what's with the vocals? This sounds kind of like a Shinsei Kamate-chan song. That's why I chose it for the background here. Shout out Cecily Renz. Hope she's doing all right. Dude. And I have to note that aside from the main character being in a pink bunny outfit where he has no face, the guy asking him this is dressed as a cat girl. Like, full-blown, like, only his midriff is covered by the dress he's wearing. He's got cufflinks on. He's got on a cat ears bandana. He is fully feminized. But he's like, how do you know how to do makeup as a man? And everyone else kind of looks at him like, how is that even a question in your mind? But the main guy kind of dissociates for a second and like goes into his feelings and remembers, you know, the time that he was made to feel creepy for the things that he likes, which is what he had, you know, had been trying to overcome in the first season through this relationship. He is kind of put at ease when everybody else in the room is like, don't you know guys who do makeup? Like, you literally know guys who do makeup, you know. And then when he finds out about why he's able to do it, he's impressed about it. But it's interesting that, like, I think it's a great representation of the way that people, no matter how close they are to like being woke, there's always like one eye shut, you know. Oh my god, the editing is so fucking clever, I can't believe it. So like, you're always gonna have certain things that, even though this guy is wearing a dress, he understands why he's wearing the dress, but he doesn't know how to do makeup. So he doesn't understand why this other... Ellen said, also needs to be said, main guy's backstory of getting bullied for feminine interest is also literally June from Rosin Maiden. Good to know. I know I saw the first episode of the original Rosin Maiden, but maybe even first two, but I don't remember fucking nothing that happens. Why did my camera get angled so high up? When did I do that? I'm trying to think. I know there's another show that is similar, like has a similar main character hang up. Other guy does know how to do makeup when he doesn't, and he's just he doesn't understand. He understands why he's wearing the dress, but this is actually my single favorite point made in this video. Like, obviously this is the best section because this is like the real analytical, heartfelt, like, oh, this is something that I relate to, and therefore I can comment on it at some depth. But this point right here is my favorite individual statement in the video. Always like one eye shut, you know, like you're always going to have certain things that, even though this guy is wearing a dress, he understands why he's wearing the dress. He understands why he's wearing the dress, but he doesn't know how to do makeup. So he doesn't understand why this other guy does know how to do makeup when he doesn't. And he's just blanket assumed that it's because he's a man that he doesn't know how to do makeup, because otherwise why wouldn't he know? You know? But then when it's pointed out to him that there are guys who do makeup, he's like, maybe that's not why I don't know this. All in all, I was completely impressed with this episode. I thought it was actually maybe the best episode of anime I watched this season, and that's saying something considering what I've been saying. The Summer Hikaru Died is also an audiovisual feast, a unnerving, gay, romantic horror that I think is going to be a hit. I know that the manga has already been fairly popular in manga circles. This is a mystery drama that to me had the tone that I felt like, yes, as Z-Cypher said, experiences so much in the trans community, everyone just centers their experiences on themselves. Yeah. Actually, I'm glad you I kind of was subtle about that because I wasn't thinking that character is trans so much as that they are, accepting certain things and then having a weird limit. But yes, in the trans community, it's a huge thing I see a lot of everyone has made it as far as their own thing, and then they look at your thing with abject confusion, and I'm like, how can you be confused about this? How is this more confusing to you than your own thing? Because they've thought about their own thing. They don't understand your thing, but to me it's how could you not? Everything operates on logic, so there must be logic. There must be a reason. There always must be a reason, and it's not that it has to be a morally good reason. It just has to be a logically sound reason. It must exist, And I think that, when that guy points out you're a guy, how do you know makeup? He is kind of just looking for the logically sound reason, but it's kind of why would this not be logical to you by automatic is what everybody else kind of says to him. How is this difficult for you? See you later, Sarah. Sarah? Que sera? Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. People are indeed so weird about gender roles, and it creates all these issues that we're all stuck with. Shout out Vapor Noise, which is me also. Just one of my rap identities. Not even rap, producer identities. There's no rapping in Vapor Noise projects. This song is called Brazilian Backstreet because the main sample is from the song Brazil by Pink Martini. Erased wanted to have, and I thought that show really sucked. Incidentally, Pink Martini also has a Que Sera Sera cover, which is the main one I know. Fun. And if this one's good, it'll make up for that, and we'll have a good one, a good, unnerving, nostalgic, romantic horror anime. I hear also that the manga is extremely good. I'm guessing Brody is not in chat right now because she would have definitely been reacting to Summer Hikaru Died being on screen, because this is her newest obsession that she's trying to get everybody in on. So if you want to make Brody happy, go read The Summer Hikaru Died and talk about it in the Golden Butterflies. I know Nisa is reading it. She says it's great too. If both Nisa and Brody say it's great, I'm going to say there's pretty fucking strong odds it's great. I don't think either of them has any kind of shitty taste. So probably a good manga.
Flash! The boy in the hair runs! We're going into the butterfly.
I really hope someone gets that joke and thinks that's funny. Paulo M says, shout out from Brazil. Sorry I can't give you weed money. Nobody from Brazil has to give me weed money. Oh, ideally, the day that I have enough money that I can spend it on more than just weed, it's going straight to Brazil. Because the first two people who I'm patroning are going to be Ellen and Amy, followed by a short list of Americans. But
very key decision making happening. Oh boy. Oh, he's all the way over there.
Big guys, can you tell where we should go from here? Figure out where we should go from the observation deck.
Fucking wasted.
I see a huge building that way. And the latest sci-fi story that I've fallen in love with, Caravan Sandwich, inspired me pretty much just on the basis of its existence to make a show about cozy games, which I could use to explore what about that game was so obviously and thoroughly captivating. If you didn't see my Game of the Year video about that game, I highly recommend giving that a watch, and of course playing that game, and subscribing to this channel if you like this type of gaming content.
That is the Dragon King's castle down there. And just like mired in purple
so like
ooze.
You're literally just trying to get right across the starting screen.
Yeah.
That is so video game poetic. I really love that. Like,
immediately struck me when I started playing this game the first time. I was like, oh, I like this.
This is a game about trying to get across like 3 fucking squares and you have to trap. Z-Cypher said, I really want to write a story about trans experiences across the spectrum, multiples of many identities, challenging the binary ideas that there are more digestible, but I don't want to write. Z, I will let you know about a project I have in mind. Because I have this unfinished novel from like 4 years ago called Good People that I kind of gave up on because it's almost all dialogue and it just kind of started feeling like it doesn't really make sense as a novel. So I think I might try to adapt it to a visual novel. And I know you know something about visuals, so whether you want to novel it or not, it's full of trans people. Most of the characters are different transes, so if you want to help consult with me about writing that, especially because there is a trans man as one of the main characters, it would be great. The second chapter, the trans guy is introduced. I think his name's Tyler. I want to say it's Ty something. Definitely start with a T. I don't remember the name. I think his name is Tyler. Shit, I can't remember. Well, I'll remember when I reread it and show it to you and everyone else who I want to show it to. There's a few people I want to get involved in turning that into maybe a thing. Travel the whole globe just to get over there.
You really do. You have to explore the entire goddamn planet.
Oh, I'm so excited to see you here on my YouTube show.
Lace, what are you saying? Felt derivative of 21st Century Boys? Which show are you talking about? Ty Dolla $.
Sunday Redial, where I recommend all the most interesting independent art that it's possible nobody has shown you yet. This is my treasured friend, the enchanted ferret Akari, and my name, just like my show, is Sunday Redial. My voice is given to me by a nice girl called Kamugi, who animates a web series called Genki and Sienna, and I was brought to life through artwork by a cool guy named Z-Cypher, who both have commissions open right now. The Deathless is a web novel written by Golden Butterfly's moderator Amy Worrell, an isekai rebirth story aimed at older audiences and filled with violence and sorrow. Harpy Story is a new webcomic by Golden Butterfly's administrator Ellen Horizon. The story's tagline is "Monster Love Will Save the World," and it centers on the slice-of-life stories of a lesbian monster girl couple trying to make a living in a dangerous magical world. Sarah Louise has been releasing music of every style and structure imaginable under a cavalcade of different aliases for more than a decade. Check out the album called We Hold Ourselves to This Standard, Let's Never Be Naked, releasing under the name X2001X. Here's a few samples of different songs to give you a sense of Sarah's range on just this album.
Oh, Ellen, I did not realize you were not using the full Horizon name anymore. That, like, you've cut off the sen. And you want to distance yourself from it. Noted. And sorry about that. I didn't realize at all. I thought Horai was just, like, character limit, like you can't fit Horizon everywhere, so you just cut off the sen sometimes. Like, because Digibro was just 21st Century Digital Boy, but that name was literally too long, so I slowly cut it down, whittled it down until it was just Digibro. So I guess I just assumed that this was like similar logic, but seems not. So noted. Just Ellen Horai. Horizon is like a Toho character, right? Like one of the fairies or whatever, like the little Toho fairies. Kaguya Horizon. Okay. Kaguya is... Hold on, let me look her up real quick. I know her, but I'm struggling to remember. Oh, yes! Long black hair girl with the pink shirt. You don't want to associate your brand with Zune. Okay, I get it. That makes sense. I can see why that would be. I'm thinking, just thinking Horai reminds me, of course, of the part in the Eosis song with like Shanghai, 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 Horai, 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 Franzu, Horai no Tibet, Russia.
Yoshi, こいつの出番だな.
So there's this other show, Ruri Rocks, or Intro to Geology, and this one's just... By the way, it's getting close to about when I want to actually go buy weed. So I will be ending this stream relatively soon. Maybe I'll play out the whole rest of this video and then go pause it a few more times, but I do think I will be done before 1 p.m., I think. I'm hoping somebody sends me like another 20, 25 bucks, because then I'll be able to buy what I really want to buy, but if not, whatever, I'll just re-up on the bird weed and some beer or something. Can I get a body like this if I become a geologist? If only. If only. I think we all would like to know what cheat code. Sort of a cutesy Iyashike. Basically, this young girl gets interested in exploring the forest to look for rocks and ends up running into a girl who's like deeply into finding rocks. An older woman, I should say, and the two of them sort of team up to start rock hunting together. It just looks really gorgeous. The character animation is consistently really impressive, has tons of personality. It just makes it an easy time to watch because something visually nice is always happening. On the subject of Ren'Py and no code options, I know some people who code. Maybe they might be interested. One of them's in chat. We'll see how they feel. But, you know, this is something I'm going to write out like a whole ass pitch for and bring to various people. So, but I do like that novel Good People has been stuck in my head as like my favorite thing I've ever written, but it's only 2 chapters out of like 12 that are supposed to exist. So if I could turn that into... I have no Ren'Py experience. Well, I meant we don't need no code. Like if we know people who code, we don't need a program that's no code. Ren'Py is what you use if you don't want to have to learn code, I think. But as I understand it, it's quite easy. These ideas aside, I do know other people who've made them. I don't know what Shitty Kickflips used. She made that little 5-minute one. My friend Cider, I haven't talked to him in a few years, so I don't know how interested he would be to help me out with random game dev, but he has historically always been down. But as I understand it, it's not particularly difficult to code a visual novel, which is why it tends to be something that a lot of independent projects get made through that medium. Honestly, like, I should I should also... This is something maybe not for any time soon, but I'd be interested to talk to people who can code about what it would take to make... Because there was a visual novel I wanted to make a few years ago called Acid Girl. I talked about earlier. The one of my personalities is basically that character, but it was supposed to be a visual novel, but with elements of like how the Homestuck games work, where it's kind of just like walking around like a little RPG Maker world and clicking on stuff and interacting with stuff. But there would be like little bits of that combined with more traditional visual novel bits, and then segments that are more like video, or that play out more like video, because the character is supposed to be a streamer. So I wanted there to be a segment where you're like reading the text at the bottom, but then there would also be like a chat scrolling like on the side of the video. And when I realized that is like non-standard visual novel stuff that somebody would have to like program that bespokely, was when I was like, okay, that's gonna be more than I would be able to figure out by myself, like how to make this, unless it was like a fully animated video that was just playing as an FMV, but if there's a way to program such that like as you advance the text there is also a chat like expanding on screen. This is an idea I had like 7 years ago also, but it's another one that's just kind of sat in my head. Like that would look really cool. Like it would be a really cool idea if it was real. I just haven't. It would be so much work, more than it seems worth to me as somebody who has no idea how I'd accomplish it at all. The characters have interesting chemistry. There's a part where basically they run into a sign that says they can't harvest rocks in a certain area, and the young girl is like kind of throwing a tantrum about it and like really wanting to at least... Sarah said, I love that you used Wonderland specifically out of all the songs in the Noelle EP. I love that song. I really did just pick whatever I thought like fit the tone of each part. I was shocked. I found 45 minutes worth of background music is fucking tough. Like, if this was just one anime and I was trying to use the soundtrack of that anime, I would have run out of all the usable songs by now and started, like, reusing or looping shit, and I usually don't use, like, music from people I know just because I don't have enough of it that will work, and it just... In this case, I could have, like, just picked one artist who has more than one song and used that, but I actually used a different artist every single time. Like, no two songs are from the same artist except for Blind Skywatcher, aka Sarah Louise, who has the first and the last background songs in the video, both of which are unreleased tracks that she sent me recently and happened to be on my computer, so that's why they were the... Otherwise, if I was on my laptop, I might have just used nothing but Blind Skywatcher music because it would have been easy, but as it was, I went through like every artist that I know like well enough to know that they won't care if I, or will be happy if I use their music in the video. I'm quite happy with it. Legally harvest rocks, and the older girl has to like stop her and be like, if you are like this, I can't take you anywhere.
ダメだ。そういうことをされると、私はルリをどこへも連れて行ってやれなくなる。
I'm like, I can't hang out with you if you're going to act like a child, so you gotta take this seriously. I really appreciate that, because I think, this type of a relationship in a show, I immediately wonder, like, is the kid going to act like an actual kid? As an adult, you have to kind of be like a parent to whatever kid you happen to be around, so if you're gonna spend time around a kid, you have to be ready to basically act like you are their parent. And this was a funny segment for Isabel to show up on. You can see that happening in this episode. Holy fuck, this show looks amazing. What is this? Isabel, you gotta watch this whole video. You got a whole 45-minute Nova video to watch here, because I recommend like 7 shows that look amazing, but this is Ruri Rocks. So I appreciate that it had that kind of realism and like just the slightest bit of bite, the slightest bit of conflict in what is mostly like the most soothing, everything that happens is just nice kind of show. You notice how much emphasis they put on like giving the characters wide hip stances in this show? Like, not just that they have wide hips, but that their legs are like a little further apart than anime usually draws legs. Like, look at the thighs on Ruri there. Like, they don't usually draw girls like that. Particularly this stance. The character like an actual kid. You love being. Apparently they made the geologist girl hotter than she was in the manga. That's just how it is. Isabel said YouTube didn't put it in my sub feed. That's fucked up. You're sure you're subbed to We Watch Anime, right? Because that's where it's at. That happens to me too. That really upsets me if YouTube's not putting it in your feeds. Who do I need to fucking call? Who do I need to track down? Who at YouTube do I need to drag through the streets? We'll definitely watch the first episode after the stream. Yeah. Didn't click the right version of the bell. Why did they introduce more than one? YouTube is so bizarre. Everything they do doesn't make any fucking sense. None of it ever makes any sense. But yeah, I do recommend, aside from this last one I'm going to talk about, well, not this last one, but the last one I'm going to talk about in this video, I do recommend all the anime I talk about here. Well, Hell Teacher Nube is just kind of like, yeah, if you like shonen, this is fun. It's good shonen, good old school shonen Jump. Secrets of the Silent Witch is super cute. City the Animation is legitimately a masterpiece that I will probably watch like 100 times in my life, if I live long enough. And My Dress Up Darling Season 2 Episode 1 was legitimately the best episode of anime I've seen this year so far. And Ruby Rocks is cute too. And now we're going to talk about the best Yuri anime this season. What a fucking stacked season. How did this happen?
Show.
Why does this happen sometimes? After all of that, I wasn't expecting to then get the best Yuri experience of the season. I thought City the... Oh, by the way, my name is still pronounced like Sarah. The accent originated as a way to make text-to-speech pronounce my name correctly, and I liked the way it looked so much, I just used it everywhere. Interesting. I didn't realize... What was it saying? Like Sarah or something? Like, what? How does it not know Sarah? Oh, I guess because it's usually spelled with a A and not a E, huh? When I think Sarah, I immediately think of I Love Makonnen. Sarah, I never meant to make you cry, or whatever it is. What's the lyrics? No, it's Sarah. Oh, you know you were my favorite girl. I wonder where you are in this world. Sarah! Animation was obviously going to have the best Yuri experience of the season, but then I got something even... I'm trying to like sing it badly, but I can't actually sing it as badly as it actually is sung. Like, if you've never heard that song, Sarah by I Love Makonnen, that motherfucker could not sing. More focused on just a central lesbian relationship. It's a high school show, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but it allows the characters to be... Isabel said, I've only seen that shonen show that looks like Soul Eater. I watched that and got bored on episode 2, so I watched Ice City and read Super Dimensional Love Gun and had a magical night. That sounds fucking amazing. Ice City to Super Dimensional Love Gun is a crazy night. I'm assuming that the anime you're talking about is Gachi Akuta, because that's the new Studio Bones show, and I watched the first episode of that with Bird, and did not bother talking about it in this video, because I did not have enough to say. It wasn't interesting. It wasn't terrible. It just wasn't interesting. And Bird tells me, because he hasn't read the manga, but he's watched a bunch of videos about it. Bird loves watching lore videos, so he will just look up a show he's never heard of and binge a bunch of lore videos and learn all the lore. So he knows all the Gachiakuta lore. And he assures me that it's going to get really cool later, but he also agreed the first episode was not very good. Again, just not interesting. Like, it was well made. It was just super generic and boring, and nothing really cool happened, so kind of left me like, why is this an anime? Like, when is this going to get to the part where the cool anime shit happens? Anyway, I assume that's the one you're talking about. Extremely blunt with their emotions, and also to have this ridiculous setup for... Glad you reminded me, because I literally would have forgotten about that. Because I didn't put it in the video, like, I would have forgotten it even happened. For how they're handling their relationship that only teenagers would come up with. Basically, the pink-haired girl really likes the yellow-haired girl as a friend. It's the top show on Mal that isn't a sequel. That makes sense because it is Shonen Jump, and it's like one of the hyped, you know... Because anything in Shonen Jump automatically is being read by at least like a decent number of people, and if it's like any good or gets any amount of hype, it's going to be like undue levels of popular just by, you know, the virtue of the legacy of being Shonen Jump. I do not talk about Panty and Stocking in this video because it came, the first episode came out while I was editing the video. But I will definitely talk about it in the second one I do, whenever that may be. If I do a second one. I meaning Nova, although I don't know if I'm speaking as Nova at the moment. It just gets really confusing if I constantly refer to myself by different names. Because she's never really had friends. She was socially avoidant all throughout middle school, but she totally changed up and tried to become a normie for the sake of fitting in high school. But now that she's there, she clearly just got like ADHD and dissociation problems, and she can't really hold a conversation with sociable people, and she's just like at a loss. But she starts getting kind of more special attention from the one really particularly hot girl who just seems to like her because she will actually talk to her, whereas most people kind of avoid her or just make assumptions about the way that she is. Both of these characters are so unbelievably relatable to me, and the ways that my relationships have gone, that it's like shocking. So I was pretty locked in for this one, like just constantly feeling like, wow, same, wow, and her too? Really? Both of you? How could that be possible? How could I relate to both sides of the relationship? But, you know, then again, this instrumental is so fucking good. Shout out to Soft Girl. God damn. It is suddenly raining out there. More than one voice in my head, so maybe that's why. I really loved the confession scene. I love that blonde girl kind of looks guilty, but also like self-satisfied afterwards. Like there's so much to the way that she's kind of pushy. Like she's like, I'm in love with you and I want to do everything with you now. Like that's her immediate feelings about the situation. The other girl's like, I don't think you should, or like, I don't think that's like a responsible way for you to feel. I think you should cool off and we should talk about it, you know? Isabel said all these shows look 50 times more interesting than any other show I've seen this year. I'm tripping off of it. Like, literally nothing had intrigued me. And this is just... I've heard there have been good anime. Why do I have this open? Hold on. I've heard that there was like a show last season called Ninkoro that was some kind of Yuri that is good or something. I don't believe I watched anything this season. Lazarus looked lame. Like, I think I saw a little bit of Lazarus and thought that looks kind of shit, and that drove me away from watching any anime this season because I was like, it's just gonna be a letdown. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through these and nothing that I'm seeing by the image would make me check it out, except for Ninkoro. Actually, I would check this out based on the image, and GQs, which I didn't like, so that also hurt the shot last season. This looks like it could be cute. I don't know. I have no idea what mono is. This has almost an 8, actually. So this might be potentially something good. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I didn't watch any anime last season. But then this season, like, Bisque Doll was unexpectedly fucking good. Hold on. I had this organized by start date. Yeah, like, Gachi Yakuta kind of sucked. Hell Sensei Nube was better than I expected. Milky Subway, I didn't mention Milky Subway in this video because it's such a short episode. I didn't have much to say about it, but I probably will talk about it because I have been following the guy who created this since Milky Highway, you know, the independent one that he did a few years ago. This is like a fully TV show version of that concept, I guess. this offends me greatly. They've changed the English title of this. April showers bring May flowers is really fucking funny because the Japanese title is Flowers for the Ugly Chick. That's the name of the show. Like, Flowers for Ugly is the title. I can't imagine that the politics of that show are the best. Is what I'm trying to say. So it's not like there's not bad anime happening, but you look at Ruri Rocks and you're like, well, this looks cute, and then you watch it and you're like, this is cute. What the fuck? And then you look at The Summer Hikaru Died and you're like, this looks kind of artsy and creepy, and you watch it, it is kind of artsy and creepy, and you're like, what the fuck? What's going on? It's good. It's good anime. But here's the thing. I knew it would be a good season because of City. I saw this trailer months ago, and I went, like, this is going to be the best anime we've had in a long time. So I think it's the area of effect. Like, when a really good anime comes out, sometimes other anime get the glow up by standing in its aura, you know? And she kind of wants to preserve it as a friendship. The other girl wants it to be a relationship, so they strike up this. Flowers for Ugly is actually such a sick band name. Who wants to start a band? That's true. That is true. Bargain that they're going to alternate between those two states. I assume this will quickly reveal how. Wait, Isabel said Ninkoro is from the writer of Madoka. You mean Urobuchi Gen? He's still writing anime? They letting him write cute stuff for real now? Hold on. You for real about this? I'm not seeing no Gen. Is this a different writer? Not Urobuchi Gen. Who the fuck wrote Madoka then? Fucking take me to Anime News Network. This website sucks. Fuyashi To. Bakemonogatari, Hana Monogatari, Kateni Kaizo, Kizu Monogatari, Koyomi Monogatari, Kubikiri Cycle. March Comes in Like a Lion. Well, I would say this pedigree is pretty impressive. Nisekoi. So pretty much the entire Monogatari series. The Madoka theatrical version. It looks like he only did the theatrical recomposition of Madoka. But also wrote Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, well, the second and third seasons. Clearly Shaft core staff. Is this a Shaft anime or what? Yeah, okay, it is Shaft. Core Shaft, we're gonna say, for the last 15 years or so. Who is Yukihiro Mikumoto? Did Arakawa Under the Bridge, which I really, really like. Episode 1 and 9 of Kofuku Graffiti, which was a good show. They also directed Denpa Onna, which is the only reason I know about Shinsei Kamate-chan at all. And directed Madoka Magica. So it is the same director as Madoka Magica, incidentally. Or no, this is Magia Record. Never mind. I'm misreading my fucking shit right in front of my face. Magia Record director. And also Madoka Magica director. Just a little further down the page. Whatever. The same director. So close enough. How little difference there is between being in a friendship and being in a relationship, other than how far are you willing to take the intimacy. And, you know, in this case, it's basically just that blonde girl wants to go all the way immediately, pink hair girl is a little more shy, and all of the rest of it is basically a rubric to make that more complex. Jitter J says that is either Shinbo's alias or alias for all of Studio Shaft, can't remember which. Tofuyashi. You mean the writer, right? That would make sense. It would make sense for it to be like a Shaft general, like, pseudonym or something, or even a Shinbo pseudonym, because he loves his pseudonyms. There's no way Shinbo literally wrote all of the Monogatari series, though. Like, that can't be possible. It must be a team effort. Kind of like Sunrises, but with Sunrises, it's like it's Hajime Yatate, right? I think that Hajime Yatate is usually just credited as like original concept or whatever. Yeah, it's always original concept or original story, but not like literally the writer. But maybe that's what I don't know. Shaft is fucking strange about their credits, especially Shinbo, Mr. fucking secret porn man. I heard someone say Hajime Yatate was her favorite anime staff member one time. I've definitely heard people like praise like this Hajime Yatate fellow. I can't believe how many amazing anime he's worked on. Complex than it really is, but it's really adorable. And ultimately, the emotions are played straight. Like, scene for scene, it's just girls having a relationship together and figuring out their boundaries. These two personalities that both can be off-putting in the wrong context, and even to each other, there is an element of, okay, well, you keep pushing me away, and you keep kind of getting too close, but both of them kind of want that and are just trying to meter out exactly how much is too much to make it satisfying. Good relationship building, good rom-com, and also nothing perverted happened in the entire episode. It was just cute and girly the whole time. I really appreciated this. The scenes in the beginning where pink-haired girl is in her own head and like you see from her perspective was some of the most like real feeling shit I've seen in anime in a long time. It really put me in the scene right away. And by the end, when you've got blonde girl like kind of having that moment where she just pats her on the head and then caresses under her cheek and then she's going in for the kiss, and it's like each of those like stages, it's like, okay, well, this much maybe I'm fine, this much maybe I'm fine, uh-oh, we're going into danger zone, and ultimately she kisses her on the nose, and it's like, okay, we found a middle ground, but is that romantic or is that friendship? You know, like how far is a kiss on the nose? It's really about the feelings behind it, I guess. That's what the show's exploring. One more anime I want to touch on that I watched and I enjoyed, although I found out afterwards why it is like the way it is, and the reasoning is hilarious. It's called Shinsei Galverse. It doesn't make any sense. Nothing about its existence makes any sense until I explain to you why it exists. And then it'll make less sense, but in a way that you understand at least. All caps anime. It looks like it was made in the 90s. The art style looks like somewhere between Slayers and Saber Marionette J and Outlaw Star. It's just incredibly 90s looking, but the character artwork is really good. Like, each individual character portrait looks great. There's not a lot of like good animation in it, but when the characters are just like standing still and doing a pose, they look really good, and there's a ton of character designs, just like a ridiculous number of good looking girl designs. And I was thinking, okay, is this like a gacha game or something? Like, how can it be? Who designed so many characters that are all introduced just throughout the episode, and they're kind of presented like they're a high... If somebody can send me like $15, it would really make my day, because then I will have exactly as much as I need to buy an ounce of mixed buds instead of a half of mixed buds. Just throwing that out there. I have mine. Like, there's the main girl we meet at the start, and we're following her for like 10 minutes, but then basically she unlocks her psychic connection to this like extra dimensional space where there's a whole ton of these girls, the Galverse they're called. And we just keep seeing more and more of them appear, and they're all Galverse. They keep saying, we are Galverse, and like we all fight together because, you know, as Galverse we are one and we're unified, and they're like the Borg, I don't know. And so if the Borg were like good magical girls, it feels very like end of Madoka, you know, when she like brings all the magical girls back, but like happening in the first episode, and like it feels like we're in a sequel to something that never existed. And also there's like the dark version of the main girl that she's fighting throughout the episode, who looks like a Metal Sonic, but just, again, I love the character artwork, which is most of what this is just looking at character art and like incoherent dialogue about what's happening. It's an NFT collection, and I guess the show's just been in plot twist production for so long that it's from back when NFTs were relevant and like they were making cartoons about NFTs. You know how long it takes to make anime. This is an anachronism in every way. It was already anachronistic in its art style when it would have been relevant. It's also now anachronistic in the reason it even exists, being NFTs, which nobody cares about or talks about anymore, as far as I know. I'm sure in the crypto world there's still people who care, but... And when I learned that, I was like, okay, well, that's why there's like 100,000 unique different girl designs. It's because somebody drew all these, minted NFTs, made this show to advertise the NFTs, and it's just the most like Denpa imaginable. Like, to me, it felt like Magical Destroyers, but with more sauce. Like, whereas Magical Destroyers looked like it should have been the greatest thing in the universe, but then just felt kind of weird and empty, this looks like it should be dog shit. See, I tied it all in. You thought that I just threw that shitty kickflips video about Magical Destroyers in there for no reason, but actually it was a setup. Shit, it felt weirdly fun and interesting, but shout out to everybody getting paid on Thursday. I know the vibe of thinking, I would be the one to send you that money, but I am gonna spend it on drugs. Once I understood why it is the way it is, I was like, there's no way this holds up. There's no way that more than one episode of this is like watchable at all. It kind of reminded me of Momentary Lily also, and that show, similarly, like the first couple episodes were really interesting, and then I got to a point where I was like, I can't keep caring about this if it's not going to just be constantly like, what, you know, and I don't think this show can keep up that energy. But this was crazy. This was a weird episode. I pirate my anime, so it's not like I'm supporting anybody by watching this. If I want to support a production... Jitter J, I could see that Galaxy Fraulein Yuna comparison too. That also would have been a good comparison. I will do that through whatever means I deem necessary for myself. I don't care to pay to watch anime. That's silly to me, but, you know, do you. Oh, is it really just a one episode ONA? Did I complete it? Am I already done with it? I don't blame anybody if that's how you feel. Just, I don't think it's a good use of your money. You could be buying the government's debt with that money. If it's really just a one episode ONA, then it was quite fun and I liked it a lot. I would give it like a decent 7 out of 10 type shit. Anyways, I've been Nova. I'm just gonna journalize every time I've watched an amount of anime that I feel like I could sit down and talk about it. I'm gonna do that. I was born on July 5th in order to talk more for parts of my psyche that don't really talk very much. And I so happen to be named the same thing as this character from Ray Earth Season 2, which I haven't even seen. So I'd like to check that out. I'll probably journalize some older anime in between waiting for new episodes of some of these new shows. I don't know how many of these will stay good, or I'll watch more than one episode, or I'll even remember that they exist. I don't know what other shows are gonna come out later this season that I might be interested in, but I'll let you know. If you enjoyed this content, I would really like you to send me some money, because I'm very poor and money good. Send it to the Golden Witch at Golden Witch Fire. Send it to Golden Witch Fire. Ellen, you have a plush bunny named Nova? That's adorable. Isabel, this is Nova's first appearance in a video. I don't think I mentioned her outside of a video, or rather outside of my Discord, but you can find her on Blue Sky, because that's where... So basically the way this video came about was that it started with each episode I watched, I made a little post about it. So the video is kind of in a way an adaptation of these posts. Recommending Hell Teacher Nube after 2 episodes. Stick through the boring mid part of the first ep. It's not hard. The character art is gorgeous. Once the fighting starts, it ramps up fast, and the whole second episode is crazy imagery. Very, very fun, old school shonen, modernized well. So yeah, basically just wrote like a little piece on each show, and then once I'd hit a number where I was like, if I want to make this a video, I have to do it now, or else it's going to be too many fucking anime. And it was too many fucking anime, but, you know. On Cash App or Venmo, then I get the money right away. Or, I don't know, become a member of the Trixie the Golden Witch channel. It's not this channel. You can become a member of this channel. I haven't posted anything for members here in a while, but I post a lot of member content on the Trixie channel, so that one would be better bang for your buck, probably. But, you know, again, it all goes to the same place. We're all in the same system. We're all in this together. We watch anime. We watch anime. We watch anime forever. Yeah. Okay. When you get bored, you watch my face like timepiece. I explore my mind and I present my findings. Like a hunched Igor blind, I'm rarely reclining. Redefining bunches of my thoughts through my fingers, typing, hyping you up through my slick rhyming. No tricks, no licks, I'm just sick with rhythmic timing. Sublimely succinct like the life of Brad. That line made... You get that line? Sublimely succinct like the life of Brad? Because Brad was the lead singer of Sublime, and he died really young, and it's why the band blew up, because, like, they were not famous at all until he killed himself, and then the record labels, on their hands a dead star, as Morrissey would say. Timing, sublimely succinct like the life of Brad. Sublimely succinct like the life of Brad. That line made me sad. Next one, make me glad. That line made me sad. Next one, make me glad. Here's some things I had. Nope. Disappointment without ointment. Missed appointment. Live disjointed, unappointed. Big sis of the broken. And damn, my black parade doesn't end. We just moved the band bigger in Japan. Big anime fan. Burger cooking pan. Better than I planned. Butter on potato. Mango habanero salsa. Awesome. Ha, I got lemonade and vodka. Cross 'em. I'm a renegade opossum. Watching myself from across the backyard. Clap hard. Shards of glass and up in your ass when the line hits wrong and you drop your bong. Oh fuck, sweep it up. Very clean in the cut. Get the mop, get the brush, get the towel. I'm the janitor, world's best manager. Slamming a beer right before I'm throwing on a camera. Uh-oh, there she goes. Uh-oh, there she goes. We did it, gang. We watched Nova's whole video. I like it. I'm glad I watched it on stream so I would have the chance to watch it again with all of you and see your live reactions. I'm gonna read the lyrics to that song at the end. When you get bored, you watch my face like timepiece. I explore my mind and I present my findings. Like a hunched Igor, blind, I'm rarely reclining, redefining bunches of my thoughts through my fingers typing, hyping you up through my slick rhyming, no tricks, no licks, I'm just sick with rhythmic timing, sublimely succinct like the life of Brad, that line made me sad, next one make me glad, here's some things I had, disappointment without ointment, missed appointment, live disjointed, unappointed big sis of the broken and damned, my black parade doesn't end, we just move the band, bigger in Japan, big anime fan, burger cooking pan, better than I planned, butter on potato, mango habanero, salsa, awesome, I got lemonade and vodka, cross 'em, I'm a renegade opossum, watching myself from across the backyard, clap hard, shards of glass end up in your ass when a line hits wrong and you drop your bong, oh fuck, sweep it up, very clean, in the cut, get the mop, get the brush, get the towel, I'm the janitor, world's best fanager, slamming a beer right before I'm throwing on a camera. Uh-oh, there she goes. Uh-oh, there she goes. Yeah. Look at the art Nisa just posted to Discord. You bet I will. Recreate. Oh, yes! Trixie Nisa! Wanna go make a video together? Yes! I like that your shirt just says Corpse Bride. That's adorable. And you got Mako back there too. For a second I was like, what is this JoJo stand happening behind? Oh right, it's the Mako poster. They ended up being Baby and playing Kirby. This is exactly true. These are facts. Oh my god, this is so fucking adorable. This is like the cutest drawing of me imaginable. Kirby! We played Kirby. We played Pokemon Stadium. I got Krona to play Yoshi Story for the first time. And we played Iggy's Wrecking Balls. How many of you know Iggy's Wrecking Balls? This game is fucking terrible, but I rented it as a kid once and was like decent at it. Like it was a game I could beat my friends at, which was rare. So I was like really into it, but we only played it like one day and then I never saw it again. And like fucking, I don't know, 10 years ago by now probably, but like at some point in my 20s I finally tracked down Iggy's Wrecking Balls for like $6 or something. And I had not actually played it once until Crota was here, and I was like, it's time to finally play this fucking game. Let me just show you what this game is. Yeah, okay.
What's your game, dude?
'90s aesthetics are on point, that's for sure.
Where to?
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm gonna wrap this stream up in just a minute. It's 1 o'clock. We'll say it's time.
I am number 1.
Yeah, so it's like a racing game, but you're a wrecking ball. And you only move in 2 dimensions. And jump. And go through portals and do Sonic loop-de-loops. I cannot call this a good game. I destroyed B at this game, by the way. Did you destroy me at this? I remember it being a little closer than that. In fact, I think I even won a round on you. First time playing and I mastered it. You did beat me at most of the Pokemon Stadium games, if I remember correctly. It might as well have been my first time playing Iggy's Wrecking Balls. It was the first time since I was like 7, probably, that I actually played that game. Oh my god. And even then it had been like one time. It just left such a powerful, like, psychic impression on me. And when we played it, I very much was feeling like, oh, this is what the game was. Like, I couldn't really remember what it was, other than that it was little ball guys bouncing around on a 2-dimensional track. That was all I remembered. And that is kind of all it is. But I didn't remember specifically how, like, it looked and felt and sounded. But Lashy Ed just came in screaming, Digibro. Not for a long time. I don't know where you've been, but nope, not in this house. Yeah, are you lost? Have you what's the line from Majora's Mask? You met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Giga said nope, wrong, nope. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Digibro did indeed die of a weed overdose like 5 years ago. I'm surprised I'm still alive. As if there was an amount of weed that could kill Digibro, I feel like I must have smoked it by now. But maybe I just have stronger lungs than that motherfucker. I really want to watch this Clips video now because I'm just like seeing that it's out and I'm like, oh, instinctively I need to watch this. And then I'm thinking about I can't click this on a live stream. Also, why does it look so much like the fucking Kendrick Lamar video, the Squabble Up video? I guess because Kendrick's in it. Is it a sequel? Is there going to be some kind of is this going to reveal some kind of interconnectedness between their albums or some shit? We're all going to have to go through with a fine-tooth comb and play 40 chess with fucking Kendrick and Clips. Okay, I'm going to stop the stream. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. This has been a good one. We're about to hit 4 hours. I'm going to stop it on exactly 4 hours because I always miss the chance to get a super exact, super sweet number when I end my streams. I always end up ending like 22 seconds after what would have been like an amazing spot to end or something. But we are coming up right now on exactly 4 hours in like 24 seconds. So thank you everybody for being out here. It's been fun. It's been live. I'm going to go buy weed and then smoke it and have a good rest of my day. And